Chapter 2131. Yang Chen was the alchemy master with the most outstanding potential. What kind of bewitching pill could escape his eyes and nose in the spiritual world? When Yang Chen said this, Sect Master Li and Great Elder didn't think he was arrogant at all. Instead, they nodded frequently. Not only did I sell it, but I didn't feel anything wrong after selling it. Yang Chen said what he felt strange. I even felt that I didn't do anything wrong for a long time. Don't worry, last time you said that the Zhao family may have a top master, we made targeted arrangements. Sect Master Li now began to seem close, not avoiding Yang Chen at all, and said with a smile, the masters of the sect urgently ascended and sent the news to the immortal world. In a few years, the higher-ups will be able to arrange masters to come down, and then everything will be free of worries. I said, this kid must be able to guess that the sect must have a way to deal with it. Great Elder pointed to Yang Chen, but he was talking with Sect Master Li with a smile. Zhao family. Sect Master Li was really good, and directly gave the answer that Yang Chen wanted the most. The major sect didn't use such means. They just bought it openly. Yang Chen had already sold it to them, so the major sect didn't have to doubt it. Danding School and several other sect famous for alchemy also had the same attitude. They came to ask for the pill recipe and paid the price, and Yang Chen would also sell it. There was no need to use such sneaky means. In addition, Yang Chen hurriedly added, when this disciple bought the Immortal's Cave before, there was a shabby pavilion and a Lost Star pavilion that were very suspicious. It is said that they were closed shortly after this disciple left. If Master wants to check, then check them together. In addition, there was no other possibility except the Zhao family that could use so many masters and arrange for such a long time. The number of masters alone was enough to exclude more than 99% of the sect in the spiritual world. This point had already been announced when Yang Chen sold the secret of the 5th-grade alchemist in the mortal world. With Sect Master Li's understanding of Yang Chen, they naturally knew these secrets and nodded. I'm wondering who would want the prescription but can't buy it from Chunyang Palace above board. Yang Chen was planning to completely pull the Profound Heaven sect into the water and track down the matters of the Zhao family. The effect of the Profound Heaven sect coming forward was definitely 10,000 times more efficient than Yang Chen relying on the Pure Yang Palace 10,000 treasure tower and the Drunk Immortal house to investigate. Sect Master Li was also a person who was familiar with the affairs of the sect. He immediately understood that this treasure pavilion was definitely for the Zhao family to amass wealth. At this point, Yang Chen turned to Great Elder Li and asked respectfully, Great Elder, if you want to make this disciple act according to your wishes in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, what methods can you use? After a pause, Yang Chen added, forget about the medicine, this disciple still has this much confidence. This disciple will never casually sell the prescription to those who don't know its origin, no matter how high the price is. Yang Chen first expressed his attitude, lest people think he was greedy. But this time, this disciple sold it. This sentence was actually nonsense. Even without Yang Chen saying it, Sect Master Li would arrange it. Yang Chen just said what Sect Master Li thought in his heart to show that he was not smarter than Sect Master Li. After the Great Elder pondered for a while, he slowly replied, in the Sunset Rock, your vigilance will drop a lot. If this is the case, relying on the formation that has been arranged in advance, coupled with a few masters acting in secret, the possibility of success is very high. Until now, Master knows that the Zhao family has a top master, but he has always been calm. Obviously, he has a well-thought-out plan and has a way to deal with it. This disciple will not show his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Chen smiled and flattered Sect Master Li. He was very smart and did not continue to show off. In addition, this disciple also secretly checked this Tong Bao pavilion afterwards, and there are no masters in it. Yang Chen nodded slightly, and then continued to say, what means do you need to make this disciple fall into the trap without using any medicine? Where is it? Sect Master Li also realized that something was wrong. There was definitely a big problem with the cultivator who blatantly schemed against Yang Chen. Write it down, go back and immediately send someone to thoroughly investigate this Tong Bao pavilion. Sect Master Li knew the purpose of Yang Chen saying this, and he was not afraid to run errands for his disciple. Anyway, it was against the Zhao family, and getting the news was also his credit, so why not? If he can't even think of this, how can he be qualified to be my disciple? Sect Master Li was very proud, and his disciple had won face for him in front of the great elder, and he was very happy. However, since Sect Master Li had asked this, it was not good to not say a word, so Yang Chen added another sentence: if there are also top masters in the sect, it is best to enter the core of the trial land to carefully investigate where those monsters came from, and what the Zhao family is doing sneakily. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose 100 battles. If the 36 celestial dippers come out together and fully display the art of bewitchment, with the array that has already been set up, and a few masters who control the array, it is estimated that it is about the same. Sect Master Li was also waiting for the answer. After pondering for a while, the great elder finally gave a group of inferences: at least 50 celestial dipper masters can make you fall into the trap unknowingly. 90% certainty? The great elder smiled bitterly. For this kind of thing, it was already very rare to have a 60 to 70% certainty. If you want to have a 90% certainty, I am afraid that the number of masters involved is not a simple number. How high is the possibility? Yang Chen was not afraid of offending the great elder, and immediately asked, can it be 90%? That is in Sunset Rock. Once it is discovered by the disciples, not to mention the masters of Chunyang Palace, all the masters of all the shops in Sunset Rock will come out. Without more than 90% certainty, they will never dare to act rashly. Apart from these, do you have any other thoughts? Sect Master Li waited for Yang Chen to express his doubts, and also prepared to investigate in detail in the future, and then asked Yang Chen more thoughts. Elders must know that this disciple has some unusual talents. Yang Chen was not afraid to boast and said, I was born to be able to multitask. As he said, Yang Chen easily drew a circle with one hand and a square with the other, drawing 2 circles in the air. It is in Sunset Rock, Tongbao Pavilion. Yang Chen replied quickly. When this disciple reacted, there was no one in the Tongbao Pavilion except for 2 little guys who didn't care much. About 10 days later, this disciple suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yang Chen said that he was gifted in order to explain the strangeness. That decision was not made by this disciple when he was sober. They are all named after the pavilion. Interesting. Sect Master Li nodded. This was not a big deal, and he could check it together. Chapter 2132. The spiritual world had an expert beyond the intermediate golden immortal stage, which would definitely surprise the immortal world's Shentian sect. Of course, it was not because of the existence of an expert, but because of the existence of an expert in their sworn enemy, the Zhao family. It was not only the Shentian sect that was nervous. It was estimated that all the major sects had the same worries. Although each major sect had thousands of Shen immortal experts in the spiritual world, these supreme experts were no match for an expert beyond the intermediate golden immortal stage. Knowing this news, all the sect would definitely make targeted arrangements. Of course, the Shentian sect would not be stupid enough to bear all the pressure themselves. It was enough for them to take the lead. The other sect naturally had to let others contribute. This was called good for everyone. The Shentian sect couldn't be the only big sect. The mortal world's Taishanmen violated this taboo, so they were exterminated. The high-level members of the Shentian sect in the spiritual world and the immortal world had carefully studied the real reason for the extermination of the mortal world's Taishanmen. The matter of the young sect master, Li Liheng, was a trigger. Yang Lan was just a villain who got his way. The real fundamental reason was that the mortal world's Taishanmen were too overbearing, which caused public anger. This led to the incident of the young sect master. He was immediately attacked by everyone, and no one said a good word to support him. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Even animals knew this truth. It was impossible for the dignified Shentian sect not to understand this truth. They would definitely learn a lesson. So last time, after Yang Chen speculated that the Zhao family had a top expert, Sect Master Li also sent this judgment to the major sect with the foresight of the battle in the Zhao family's lair. Now, the words of Sect Master Li of the Shentian sect were not nonsense. The Shentian sect, which had taken the lead in several consecutive battles against the Zhao family, had proved that their sect master's divine strategy was always ahead of the enemy. Although what he said was clearly a guess, the previous few times had proved his foresight, and this time was no exception. The major sect mobilized urgently and sent people to fly to the immortal world to inform their respective sect. No matter how much discord there was between the major sect in the past, or how irreconcilable the Taoists, demons, and demons were, in the face of a common enemy like the Zhao family, they had to be united. Of course, when Sect Master Li told Yang Chen, his glorious image was not mentioned at all, and he only praised Yang Chen a few times. Looking at this disciple's happy appearance, Sect Master Li was also happy in his heart. Of course, Yang Chen was happy. Every major sect was going to send experts to the lower bound. This way, he would have more confidence in dealing with the Zhao family. But this would also make the Zhao clan sense great danger, and then they would fight back with all their might. If all the big sect could send experts to the mortal world, why couldn't the Zhao family do the same? It would be easier to fish in troubled waters if the situation was messed up. This was especially so when there were people in the vanguard. He could sit back and reap the benefits, but he would not let Yang Chen fall behind at all. Yang Chen suddenly realized that he was really black-bellied. He actually enjoyed this feeling. Knowing this news, Yang Chen was already very satisfied. Sect Master Li was also very satisfied. This disciple was considerate and sent gifts in time. He also accidentally found a shop with bad intentions. Not 1, but 3. If he followed the investigation, he would definitely be able to dig out a lot more. In the blink of an eye, he would have made another great contribution. Sect Master Li had never doubted Yang Chen's judgment, let alone Yang Chen's vision. So if Yang Chen said that there was a problem with those shops, then there must be a problem. What's more, there was such a strange matter of buying pill recipes. If he continued to investigate, the mysterious Heaven sect would definitely be able to take the lead in dealing with the Zhao family. If this matter was done well, wouldn't it be another merit when the seniors from the immortal world descended a few years later? This was the case internally and externally. He believed that with the performance of the mysterious Heaven sect, the seniors in the sect would also be very satisfied with him as the current sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. It had to be known that according to the rules of the mysterious Heaven sect, Sect Master Li was not qualified to serve as the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. That was the position reserved for the Taishanmen who had ascended from the mortal world. But now something had happened to the Taishanmen in the mortal world. In addition, the young sect master who had ascended was much less qualified, powerful, and influential than Sect Master Li, so Sect Master Li was able to sit in this position. Strictly speaking, Sect Master Li's position was a bit unjustifiable. But now that Sect Master Li had succeeded, the mysterious Heaven sect could be said to have been thriving. Except for the lack of follow-up disciples, everything else was in order. He discovered the hidden spies of the Zhao family, saved the life of Sect Master Wang in a crisis, repeatedly took the lead in the battle against the Zhao family, destroyed the Three River sect, the Holocaust sect, and the 10,000 Demon sect, found the Zhao family's lair, and eliminated many of the Zhao family's core masters. In addition, he discovered the secrets of the Zhao family's top masters. With these things done one by one, Sect Master Li's position was as stable as Mount Tai. This was not counting the fact that his disciple had already taken control of the Chunyang Palace. It was still kept secret. But the next day, when it was needed, the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world would immediately become another Taishanmen. These were all solid achievements that allowed Sect Master Li to stand tall in front of the ancestors of the sect. Now, who would dare to have half a word of dissatisfaction with him succeeding as Sect Master Li? With a reward that far exceeded the value of the medicinal pills he had given, Yang Chen left the mysterious Heaven sect with satisfaction. Everything was carried out in secret. Even Dao Junki, who was Yang Chen's concubine, did not know that Yang Chen and the mysterious Heaven sect had such a deep relationship. Yang Chen was not surprised that the mysterious Heaven sect would send masters to the mortal world. Knowing that the other side had a top master, it was not the style of the mysterious Heaven sect to wait for death. This was also good. Only when they were evenly matched could the battle be more intense. Anyway, both sides were not good people. Gong Sunling and the others stayed in the Dragon Palace and did not go out. For the time being, Yang Chen did not have to worry about them being disturbed. As long as they did not go to the demonic beast dimension, there were no experts in the spiritual realm that could threaten Yang Chen's family. With Ao Lan and Lin Zhengyuan around and the dragon puppet, it was enough to ensure that the process of refining the demonic world would be worry-free. Yang Chen was planning to take a look at the Sunset Rock before returning to the Chunyang Palace. However, when he passed by the Sunset Rock, he heard a piece of news. This made Yang Chen change his schedule. The news was sent by Elder Wu Xiong. It was about an auction. There was a batch of treasures to be auctioned in the market of the Reincarnation Valley, a super demonic race sect. The items were not bad. However, what was strange was that the final item was something that no one had heard of before. It was called the Heart of Red Jade. Elder Wu did not know what this was. Coincidentally, Yang Chen passed by and showed it to Yang Chen. Elder Wu even asked, "What is this Heart of Red Jade? Could it be that the demonic race likes to eat people's hearts?" It was not that Elder Wu was dissatisfied. It was just that the name made people think too much. "Are you sure? Heart of Red Jade." Hearing this name, Yang Chen immediately stood up. It was like he had heard something incredible. His face was filled with surprise and joy. Chapter 2133. That's right, that's what's written on it. Elder Wu Xiong looked at Yang Chen's surprised expression and knew that this Hongzhuang jade-like heart was something extraordinary. Afraid that he might have made a mistake, he passed the jade slip over for Yang Chen to check. Of course, Yang Chen didn't doubt Elder Wu, so he waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for that. Standing up, Yang Chen started to pace back and forth on the ground as if he was thinking about something he didn't understand. "What is this thing?" Elder Wu Xiong was confused by Yang Chen's actions and asked quickly. Even with Elder Wu Xiong's knowledge, he had never heard of this Hongzhuang jade-like heart. A type of medicinal herb, extremely precious. Yang Chen's words made Elder Wu Xiong understand the value of it immediately. If even Yang Chen said that it was extremely precious, then it was definitely something extraordinary. Wu Xiong had never heard the word extraordinary from Yang Chen before. Elder Wu Xiong saw that Yang Chen was still a little hesitant and was very confused. He immediately blurted out, "Then what are you hesitating for?" Elder Wu Xiong and Yang Chen were friends in the mortal world, so he didn't care about those superficial things and said whatever was on his mind. "It's because it's too precious." Yang Chen smiled bitterly and explained, "It's so precious that it shouldn't appear in the spiritual realm. Even in the celestial realm, it's rare. Even the Queen Mother of the West couldn't get one even after tens of thousands of years, but it actually appeared in the spiritual realm. Elder, don't you think it's strange?" Elder Wu Xiong didn't find it strange that Yang Chen knew something that no one else knew. It was normal for him to know something that didn't appear in the spiritual realm, so Elder Wu Xiong wouldn't be surprised by this. But he was still frightened by the words that Yang Chen said later. Something that was so rare even in the celestial realm actually appeared in the spiritual realm. What kind of concept was this? The first thought in Elder Wu Xiong's mind was that it was fake, and the second thought was whether this was a trap. Elder Wu Xiong couldn't help but think like this. He understood the preciousness of this thing. In fact, Yang Chen hesitated because of this. Did the invitation introduce what this Hongzhuang jade-like heart is? Yang Chen thought of something and asked again. Elder Wu Xiong directly put the jade slip into Yang Chen's hands and let him read it himself. At the same time, he said, "There's only a strange name, there's nothing else." Yang Chen glanced at the contents of the jade slip, and sure enough, as Elder Wu said, there was only a bare name on the final item, and nothing else. Is this invitation sent to the Pure Yang Palace or the 10,000 Treasure Tower? Yang Chen thought about the details and asked again. Elder Wu Xiong was now in charge of Wanbao Tower and often received invitations to such auctions. He knew it very well. It was sent very casually. There was no special explanation. It was a bit routine. Elder Wu Xiong was currently in charge of the Myriad Treasure Tower and frequently received this kind of auction invitations. He understood this very well. What that side sent over was also very casual. There wasn't any special explanation, somewhat like a routine matter. Elder Wu Xiong was now in charge of Wanbao Tower and often received such auctions. He knew it very well. It was sent very casually. There was no special explanation. It was a bit routine. Wanbao Tower had a lot of autonomy under Elder Wu Xiong's management. He didn't have to ask for permission for everything. He just had to make the decision. In that case, it seemed that the other party didn't have any intention of plotting against him. Yang Chen was a little nervous now. No matter what happened, he would first consider whether someone was targeting him. Yang Chen also realized that this was not a good habit. Although it was not a bad thing to be vigilant, it was a little too much to be so careful. It would be a lie to say that Yang Chen was not tempted by this kind of good thing that couldn't be found anywhere in the celestial realm. However, some things had to be thought clearly. Elder, do you think they know how precious this thing is? Yang Chen asked for Elder Wu Xiong's opinion. Elder Wu was very good at doing business. He should have the most say in this. They probably know a little. Elder Wu Xiong thought for a while and answered, they know that this thing is precious, so they put it at the finale. However, they probably don't know much. Otherwise, this kind of thing shouldn't have appeared at the auction. Yang Chen followed Elder Wu Xiong's words. If that's the case, then it's necessary to make a trip. Good things can't go to those who don't know what's good for them. If we don't take what the heavens give us, we will be punished. Elder Wu Xiong had the same idea. When he heard that this was a good thing that couldn't even be found in the celestial realm, he immediately had this idea. I'll make a trip myself. This was a serious matter. Elder Wu Xiong didn't care about his identity as the manager of Wanbao Tower. He decided to make a trip to the auction in the Reincarnation Valley. No, Yang Chen, you have to go too. After Elder Wu Xiong made his own decision, he immediately thought of a possibility and hurriedly pulled Yang Chen along. I don't know what this Hongzhuang Jade Heart is. You have to go and see if it's real or not. Yang Chen couldn't refuse this request at all. If there was anyone in this world who knew the Hongzhuang Jade Heart, it was probably him besides Big Brother Li Cheng. He definitely had to make a trip. Moreover, Yang Chen had to see such a rare treasure no matter what. At the front, Yang Chen just nodded and agreed to accompany Elder Wu Xiong, and immediately thought of another possibility. Didn't the Xiantian sect already arrange for experts to go to the lower realm? Sect Master Li said that he had already pulled all the major sect into the water. The Xiantian sect had experts go to the lower realm, so naturally, all the major sect had similar arrangements. The people of the spiritual realm didn't know about this thing, but the people of the celestial realm might not. Could it be that this was a signal from a big shot in the Samsara Valley to the experts of the other sect in the lower realm? The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In that case, it was likely that the experts of the Samsara Valley had already gone to the lower realm and planned to gather the experts of the other sect to discuss how to deal with the Zhao family. That was why they came up with such a method, using the rare treasure of the celestial realm to remind them and give them a reason not to go too far. If this was the case, perhaps this Hongzhuang Jade Heart might not really exist. Of course, this was only Yang Chen's guess. Things were precious and extremely rare, but not everyone needed them. Yang Chen, what is the use of this Hongzhuang Jade Heart? On the way, Elder Wu Xiong asked while drinking wine in the Five Elements Dragon Palace, which had become one with the Shentian Underworld Sea Shuttle. Until now, Yang Chen had never said anything about this rare treasure and grand plan. Elder Wu Xiong was also very curious. For you and me, it doesn't mean much. Yang Chen didn't hide much and said directly, or it doesn't mean much to men, but as long as it's a woman, she will want it at all costs. Chapter 2134. Elder Wu had been doing business for many years, so he knew what was popular and what was hard to sell. What men like, what women pay attention to, it was even more clear. Yang Chen said so. Elder Wu had a number in her heart. Is it for beauty maintenance? Although Elder Wu's guess was not far from the mark, there was Yang Chen in front of him. Why should he only use the answer that he was sure of? He could just ask directly. Beauty maintenance. Yang Chen nodded and emphasized the word forever. Hiss, What kind of person was Elder Wu Xiong? How could he not hear Yang Chen's meaning? It sounded like beauty maintenance wasn't that special. The appearance pill that Yang Chen was auctioning in Wanbao Tower and the appearance pill all had the same effect. It was also boasted to the public. However, the word forever that was advertised in Wanbao Tower and the word forever that Yang Chen emphasized had two different meanings. Elder Wu Xiong knew that the word forever that Yang Chen mentioned meant forever. Whether it was the beauty-nourishing pill or the everlasting beauty pill, both had a time limit. They were pills of different cultivation levels and grades. If they could guarantee a lifespan of 1,000 years or even longer, then they were already of the highest quality. However, it was rubbish compared to the ability to preserve one's appearance forever. No wonder even the Queen Mother of the West wanted it. For women, it was their lifeline. Yang Chen had many wives and concubines, so naturally, all of them liked this kind of thing. However, he didn't know how many beauties there were. If it wasn't enough, Yang Chen would have to give it to Madame Bai. Anyway, Madame Bai liked this kind of thing the most. It was worth it even if it was 10 times more expensive to flatter Ancestor Lu. After serving Madame Bai well, would Ancestor Lu not give in? In this world, nothing was more powerful than pillow talk. Even immortals were no exception. Some people really couldn't stand it. Just as he thought of Madame Bai, she came out of the Dragon Palace. All this time, Madame Bai and Yang Chen's wives and concubines had been killing in the devil world. Madame Bai put in a lot of effort. She had never seen such a ferocious scene before. They were all cultivators, so how could they not understand the benefits of this experience? Unfortunately, Madame Bai had another quirk. Or rather, it couldn't be called a quirk. It was that she loved cleanliness. Although he had not reached the point of being misophobic, he still had to return to the Dragon Palace and carefully clean himself up after training in the demon realm for a period of time. Today was the day that Madame Bai brought a few personal maids back to wash away the dust of her travels. Be it the demon world, the mountain river geographical map, or the Dragon Palace, they were all defenseless to Madame Bai. She could go wherever she wanted. The third primordial spirit and Xiao Tian were very attentive on this point, not daring to make her feel any discomfort. Madame Bai had just left the devil world and had yet to enter the wood dragon palace when she heard Yang Chen say, "Forever beautiful." At this time, Madame Bai did not even bother to take a bath and flew directly to Yang Chen's side. "Madame Bai, hello." Yang Chen hurriedly got up to greet her and did not forget to give Elder Wu Xiong a wink. Elder Wu Xiong was a smart person. How could he not see the meaning of Yang Chen's words? He quickly stood up respectfully and made a junior's etiquette. Madame Bai didn't even look at Elder Wu Xiong. She sat down on the seat of honor and asked, "What can make a beauty last forever?" Well, since these words have been heard by Madame Bai, Yang Chen certainly did not dare to hide anything and honestly said the heart of a beauty. "What? There is actually a heart of a beauty being auctioned here?" Although part of Madame Bai's memory was sealed, it was only the part about Ancestor Lu. Her other knowledge was still there. In the past, the Peony Fairy also mixed with the Queen Mother of the West. How could she not know this famous sacred object for female cultivators? Which ignorant person is willing to sell the heart of a beauty? Madame Bai was so happy that she almost fainted. "Hurry up and buy it, no matter the price. This disciple is going to buy this thing for Madame." Yang Chen now claimed to be a disciple in front of Madame Bai. Of course, he had to flatter her fully. He also had to express his attitude clearly in order to win a good impression. "Well, your filial piety is commendable." Madame Bai patted Yang Chen's shoulder approvingly. She was an elder, so it was understandable for her to do so. However, Elder Wu Xiong, who was next to her, was confused. He was also more and more shocked by Madame Bai's identity. With Yang Chen's current reputation and status, all the major sect masters were polite to him. Even the palace master of Chunyang Palace might not be able to pat Yang Chen's shoulder like this. Although Yang Chen certainly would not care about the palace master's casual attitude. However, this madam from Yang Chen's mouth seemed so natural. Yang Chen even had an expression of honor. What was the identity of this woman? "By the way, if you give me the heart of a beauty, how will you explain it to the beauties in your family?" Madame Bai was in a good mood and relaxed a lot. She directly asked a question that made young Chen embarrassed. Her heart was as happy as a little girl. She wanted to see young Chen embarrassed. That will depend on whether Madame's reward is generous enough to shut their mouths. Since Madame Bai had a mischievous heart, young Chen was also happy to accompany her. He wanted to make her happy, and at the same time, he did not forget to ask for his own reward. She did not make fun of young Chen. Instead, she was defeated by young Chen. Madame Bai was not discouraged, but her competitive heart was greatly aroused. In her memory, no one dared to talk to her like this for many years. There was a closeness from the bottom of her heart. That depends on whether you can do it well or not. Madame Bai left a string of silver bell-like laughter and went straight to the Wood Dragon Palace. In the distance, he could still hear her voice hurry up and prepare the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. I want to take a bath. Elder Wu Xiong, who was standing obediently as a wooden stake, listened to the last sentence and almost fell to the ground. 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, was that used for bathing? When he could no longer see the shadow of Madame Bai, Elder Wu Xiong's face was extremely wonderful and he whispered to young Chen, "This lady is?" "I can't say." Young Chen shook his head directly. Except for big brother Li Cheng, no one else knew about this secret. Even his own wives and concubines did not reveal a trace, let alone Elder Wu Xiong. However, if you serve this lady well, there will be great benefits. Young Chen also did not forget to remind Elder Wu Xiong. Whether he could get the light or not depended on Elder Wu's luck. Others could not help the big character of the big character. As long as the heart of a beauty is done well this time, she will be very satisfied. Chapter 2135. Madame Bai's appearance made Elder Wu Xiong no longer interested in asking questions. He quietly tasted his wine along the way and followed young Chen to their destination. The Reincarnation Valley had to cross half of the spiritual realm. Even with the speed of the mysterious Dark Sea Shuttle, it would take more than half a year. Fortunately, the scale of the auction was relatively large, and the invitation had been sent more than a year in advance. There was enough time for them to get there. Even so, time was tight, and they couldn't stop on the way. Ever since she heard about the beauty of the heart, Madame Bai didn't want to go back to the Devil Realm. She just waited in the Dragon Palace. No matter what, she had to see young Chen buy the thing with her own eyes. The auction was held in the Reincarnation Valley, so the host was of course the Reincarnation Valley. There were many good things to be auctioned this time, so it naturally attracted the attention of all sides. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming to the Reincarnation Valley. If the Reincarnation Valley hadn't used the name of the sect to immediately take out a large cave manor as a reception place, they wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many guests. Seeing that the auction was about to start, the Reincarnation Valley was almost ready. All the distinguished guests were also greeted by the Reincarnation Valley's VIPs. Everything seemed to be in order. Liu Wuji was a sky immortal cultivator. Although he was only at the early stage, he received a grand reception in the Reincarnation Valley. It was because he had a good father. His father was the first elder of the Black Tortoise Academy, a super sect in the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Speaking of which, Liu Wuji didn't completely rely on his father to achieve his current achievements. He had his own unique talent, which made him stand out in the Black Tortoise Academy. From the beginning, he had been an outstanding young talent. Now that he had cultivated to the Sky Immortal level, he was also a very famous master. Not only that, Liu Wuji was also a very handsome cultivator. He treated people very well, and always made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His interpersonal relationships were a mess. It was unknown how many female cultivators secretly admired him, hoping to become young Master Liu's dual cultivation partner, but young Master Liu only tactfully refused. With such a background, strength, handsome appearance, and elegant demeanor, he would naturally be a popular character no matter where he went. Most importantly, young Master Liu was generous and amiable. As long as one was a businessman, they would definitely like such a good customer. Of course, the Samsara Valley's auction welcomed such potential buyers. Young Master Liu's arrival was received by an elder of the Samsara Valley. Although he was just an ordinary elder, He was the first elder in charge of external affairs in the Samsara Valley. He was only one rank lower than the hall leader of the External Affairs Hall. He definitely gave young Master Liu enough face. In fact, no one knew why young Master Liu had come. He didn't come here for any auction items, but for the two stunning beauties of the demon clan. Hua Xing'e from the Reincarnation Valley and Hu Yuxian from the Dongxian Gate were both famous beauties among the demons. One was a flower fairy, and the other was a fox immortal. They were originally a race that produced handsome men and beautiful women, and these two were even more beautiful among beautiful women. Among the demon race, their reputation was even more resounding than Yang Chen's alchemy skills. It was rumored that when Hua Xing'e had just ascended from the mortal world, some of the earth immortals and even human immortals in the Samsara Valley had fought to be her favorite, causing chaos within the sect. If not for the fact that the master of the Samsara Valley had decisively taken Hua Xing'e in as a personal disciple and allowed her to cover her face and go into seclusion for hundreds of years, who knew how much more chaos would have been caused? Hu Yuxian was even more outrageous. Born of the Fox clan, she was seductive to the bone. Almost as long as she glanced at them, many cultivators with hearts of stone would feel their bones go numb on the spot. Although it was rumored that she had many admirers, not a single one dared to stand out and admit it. Many cultivators dreamed of becoming the cultivation partner of these two women, but unfortunately, not a single one had succeeded. Not only were the two women extremely knowledgeable, but their status in the sect was no less than that of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. They had a background, they had strength, and they did not hesitate. Many cultivators wanted to get close to them, but the two women were still single. This gave many cultivators hope. Everyone wanted to be the first cultivation partner of the two women. Young Master Liu Wuji was one of them. He was also one of the more valiant cultivators who had been pursuing the two women. The reason he was said to be valiant was not that Liu Wuji's cultivation was invincible among the competitors. Rather, the cultivators who offended Liu Wuji would inexplicably meet with bad luck. They would either die or contract a serious illness that could not be cured. They could only lie on their sickbeds and wail in agony. In short, as long as they were involved in trouble with young Master Liu, they would end up like this. At first, everyone thought that it was young Master Liu's father who had taken action. Some reputable experts immediately went to look for him. In the end, Great Elder Liu had always been in seclusion in the sect and rarely appeared. Black Tortoise Academy even vowed that the sect had never interfered in this matter. Only then did the experts retreat. But in this way, young Master Liu's mysteriousness and ruthlessness became the other side of young Master Liu. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to have any discord with young Master Liu. It was the same now. Young Master Liu came to the Reincarnation Valley and was solemnly received in a separate courtyard. The servants of the Reincarnation Valley served him attentively. Even his private request to live closer to Hua Xing'e and Hu Yuxian were completely fulfilled. They did not dare to slight him in the slightest. Compared to the other cultivators who had rushed to participate in the auction, young Master Liu could be considered the most solemn one. After all, this was just a simple auction. There were a lot of good things being sold, but not everyone needed them. No sect would specially make an appearance for this. The cultivators who came all represented themselves, so young Master Liu was currently the proudest of them all. The successor of the Great Elder of Black Tortoise Academy should receive such treatment no matter where he went. Compared to the other impatient perverts, young Master Liu was very patient in chasing after the two fairies. He fully understood the principle of being hasty and not eating hot tofu, so he had always been graceful. He was especially good at observing the two fairies' expressions. At least he already had the qualifications to not be rejected when he visited the two fairies. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he won the beauties. Today was the day the auction would be held. Originally, young Master Liu had his eyes on two unique treasures and was waiting to display his might at the auction. He would buy them and give them to the two fairies to win their smiles. But now, his good mood was completely destroyed. The chief external affairs elder of the Reincarnation Valley, who was supposed to be by his side, actually left young Master Liu behind after receiving a message from a disciple and went out to welcome them. That was not all. He even saw Miss Hua Xing of the Reincarnation Valley and that elder go out to welcome them through a crack in the door of the private room. Chapter 2136. Even though the External Affairs elder apologized to young Master Liu again and again before leaving, young Master Liu was already filled with rage. There was nothing wrong with a guest coming at the last minute. There were always accidents when doing business. It was not a big deal for the External Affairs elder to go out and welcome them. But why did Miss Hua Xing also go out to welcome them? However, Liu Wuji quickly calmed himself down. He believed that with the Flower Fairy's status and foresight, she wouldn't be so senseless as to do something like this. The only possibility was that the Flower Fairy's best friend had come, which was why she would do this. Thinking of this, young Master Liu calmed down. It was very normal for the Flower Fairy to go out and welcome a close friend. With the Flower Fairy's status, her close friend must be very important. It was even more normal for the External Affairs elder to go out and welcome them. However, before he could sit down properly, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Miss Hu Yuxian rushing out in a hurry. This made young Master Liu restless. This was the Samsara Valley. The Flower Fairy going out to welcome guests was fulfilling her role as a host, but what about Fairy Hu going out? Yes, she must be a close friend of the two fairies. Otherwise, with their pride and the fact that they were secretly fighting each other, Hu Yuxian would definitely not lower her head in the territory of a competitor. The box that young Master Liu was in was the best VIP box in the entire auction house. Even though it was not the most distinguished one, it was the most distinguished one among the guests. The auction house had never opened the boxes that were better than young Master Liu's box. Unless the sect leader of a major sect came in person, those few boxes would be opened. Or if it was young Master Liu's father, the great elder of the Black Tortoise Academy, and other distinguished guests. Young Master Liu occupying this box was already the limit of his status. No matter how much the Samsara Valley valued young Master Liu, they did not compare him to the sect leader of a major sect. Young Master Liu did not feel angry about this. There was no more distinguished guest present than him. Just as he sat down with this thought, he suddenly heard the welcoming music coming from outside. Not long after, the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs elder, Flower Fairy, and Fairy Hu surrounded a young man and walked past young Master Liu's private room. They walked directly to the most distinguished private rooms in the auction house. 2 servants had already opened the door of the private room. The 18 female disciples of the Samsara Valley stood on both sides. The leader of the External Affairs Hall of the Samsara Valley personally stood at the door of the private room and waited, welcoming the young man whose cultivation level was unknown into the private room. What made young Master Liu even more incredulous was that the Hall Master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Samsara Valley, who had never appeared, personally accompanied the distinguished guests from all over the world until the auction was about to begin. The chief elder did not even have the right to wait on him and hurried back after sending him to the door of the box. Just as young Master Liu was feeling indignant, the welcoming music sounded again. The External Affairs elder had already ushered in a young man whose cultivation level was unfathomable. This young man was almost the same as the previous one. They both had an indescribable bearing, and there was an indescribable pressure in his disdainful gaze. Even though young Master Liu had the cultivation of a heaven immortal, he still felt a little frightened when he was looked at from afar. 2 consecutive people that young Master Liu felt that he could not afford to offend made young Master Liu feel a little better, and his anger subsided a lot. Those 2 people did not look like they were easy to deal with. They must be hermits from some sect, so it was normal for them to be treated with more respect than him. But the next one was something that young Master Liu could not forgive. The External Affairs elder almost had a flattering smile on his face as he brought in a young man with the cultivation of an earth immortal. They went straight to the largest private room in the center of the auction house. The young earth immortal was accompanied by a veiled woman and an ordinary-looking big man. The woman's cultivation level was obviously very high, but the young man walked in the middle. Someone who could bring such an expert was obviously not easy to deal with. Young Master Liu had originally planned to endure it, but when he saw the next scene, he could no longer suppress his anger. The Flower Fairy and the Hu Fairy, who he had always wanted to hit on but had never said anything to them, were now accompanying the young Earth Immortal with smiles on their faces. They followed the young man into the private room and did not come out again. Seeing this scene, young Master Liu was so angry that his lungs almost came out. Who was that guy? The Samsara Valley had arranged for such a grand reception. Young Master Liu thought about all the young disciples of similar age and cultivation level in all the major sect, but he could not find a suitable one. If it was the two young men who looked like experts, it would be fine. After all, the other party's cultivation level was enough to make him shudder with fear. The Samsara Valley could not pay too much attention to them. But what right did that Earth Immortal Junior have? No matter how respectable his identity was, it was enough to have the Hall Master of the External Affairs Hall accompany him. Why did the Flower Fairy and the Hu Fairy enter that private room? How could he allow someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth to complicate matters when he had already reserved it? If this could be tolerated, what could not? After that, no more distinguished guests came. After a while, the Chief External Affairs Elder returned to young Master Liu's private room. After all, apart from those few, young Master Liu's identity was the most special. Although he was very angry, young Master Liu acted as if nothing had happened. When the External Affairs Elder sat down, he asked casually, "Who are those people? Why is it so grand?" Perhaps it was because the Foreign Affairs Elder had always been very fond of his cultured and refined appearance, but he didn't hide too much from young Master Liu. He simply replied, "The two in front are the two great elders of the Limitless Demon Sect and the Chenkuan Sect. They haven't been involved in worldly affairs for a long time, and it's rare for them to deign to come here. Two hidden great elders of a super sect. Their status was much higher than young Master Liu's. Perhaps only young Master Liu's father could be compared to them. In that case, the Samsara Valley's reception was not too much. Who is the young distinguished guest in the back? I've never seen him before," young Master Liu asked in a casual tone. Young Master Liu must know him. The External Affairs Elder did not worry about him and replied with a smile, "Master Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace has come to attend the auction in person. Master Yang has done the sect a great favor. Our sect welcomes him with open arms." When he heard that the other party was Master Yang of Chunyang Palace, whose name had almost resounded throughout the spiritual realm for the past 1,000 years, young Master Liu's heart suddenly jumped. If it was just a medicinal herb that Yang Chen had taken a fancy to, it would not be a big deal. As long as he bought it, it would be fine. But the problem was that Master Yang of Chunyang Palace was famous for being affectionate. He had many wives and concubines, and all of them were outstanding fairies. Did he also take a fancy to Fairy Hu and Flower Fairy? Chapter 2137. On the surface, young Master Liu looked like a gentle and refined young master, but in reality, he wasn't an easy person to get along with. Any cultivator who dared to provoke him openly or secretly would be killed by him in secret. Other than young Master Liu's father, Elder Liu, no one knew that Liu Wuji had a special talent, killing curse. This was an extraordinary ability that came with him from the womb. Perhaps it was related to the fact that young Master Liu's parents were supreme mystic immortals. When cultivators gave birth to children, generally speaking, like what was going on in the Shentian sect, it was a marriage between a high-level cultivator and a human immortal native. The child born would be a cultivator 2 realms lower than the high-level cultivator. The heaven immortal parents would give birth to a human immortal cultivator, while the mystic immortal parents would give birth to an earth immortal cultivator. However, young Master Liu's parents were both mystic immortal experts. Not only that, but his father was the great elder of the Xuanwu Academy and his mother was the supreme elder of a small sect in the demon sect. Perhaps it was because his mother had cultivated some similar techniques that young Master Liu had this magical ability since he was in the womb. After discovering this, young Master Liu secretly practiced this technique diligently. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary cultivator, a son inheriting his father's legacy, which was the same as Elder Liu's cultivation technique. However, no one knew that he secretly inherited it from his mother. Especially this special talent, there were no signs when it was used. It was invisible, colorless, and impossible to guard against. Even if it was a mystic immortal cultivator who was a realm higher than young Master Liu, as long as the difference wasn't too great, young Master Liu could use his killing curse talent to silently curse the opponent. The level of cultivation could also determine life and death. However, under young Master Liu's killing curse, those with high cultivation could only avoid death, but they would still suffer. As for those with low cultivation, they could only die. This was also why all the cultivators who went against young Master Liu inexplicably either fell sick or died. No one knew this secret except for young Master Liu's parents. Right now, young Master Liu was supposed to be the most distinguished guest, but suddenly, 3 unordinary fellows appeared. Not only did they forcefully steal young Master Liu's limelight, they even forcefully occupied young Master Liu's favorite flower fairy and fairy Hu. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? So what if he was an expert? Even if the other party could kill young Master Liu in a single move, young Master Liu did not offend anyone. Who would lower themselves to take the initiative to attack him? However, young Master Liu did not have such scruples. He used a killing curse and no one could tell. So what if he was an alchemy grandmaster? He was merely an earthly immortal realm junior, so young Master Liu would absolutely not allow this fellow who occupied his future to continue living. Even if the 2 fairies were only accompanying him out of politeness or the sex intention, young Master Liu couldn't take it lying down. Young Master Liu was not a kind-hearted person. He would do it without hesitation. The private rooms were so close to each other, and it was such a good opportunity to make a move. If he didn't make a move now, would he have to specifically look for the other party's whereabouts in the future? The invisible killing curse was launched from young Master Liu's sea of consciousness. It quickly flew to the targets in the 3 private rooms not far away. Anyway, the people who were hit by his invisible killing curse would not have any problems immediately. They would do what they were supposed to do, and no one would be able to see any abnormalities. Until the curse accumulated enough damage, it would not be activated. No one would know that it was done by him. Young Master Liu had absolute confidence in his invisible killing curse. As long as he was hit by his invisible killing curse, he would either die or be injured. At worst, he would be seriously ill and would not be able to recover for hundreds of years. This was the result of offending him. The young man sitting in the private room closest to young Master Liu suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. This was in the private room. Where did the wind come from? Then, his body seemed to be cold, as if his sea of consciousness was also cold. This young man, who was also as handsome as Jade, sat in the same place. The elder of Samsara Valley who was accompanying him seemed to have a bad taste, as if the cold wind just now was just an illusion. At that moment, the young man also sat upright and did not move. His sea of consciousness shook, and a few imperceptible threads of consciousness were shattered into pieces. Unfortunately, these threads of consciousness were scattered, and no one knew where they appeared from. It was impossible to find the owner. The same scene happened in the second private room. However, the young man in the treasure chest did not have such a good temper. He directly stood up, and his tiger-like eyes swept around like lightning. He did not find anything unusual, and with a cold snort, a powerful consciousness swept across the surrounding private rooms unscrupulously. A strong sense of warning was about to come out. Young Master Liu was so scared that he almost cried out. His invisible killing curse had been tested every time, but today, it actually failed on 2 targets. He had just released it, and it was immediately detected. 2 experts easily destroyed his invisible killing curse. If they knew that he was the culprit, wouldn't he die on the spot? What was more frightening was that his invisible killing curse was broken, and it also caused the curse to backfire. At this moment, in young Master Liu's sea of consciousness, it was like a turbulent sea, with countless stormy waves rising and falling. Young Master Liu could no longer maintain his sitting posture, and his whole body began to tremble. On one hand, it was fear, and on the other hand, it was the pain of the backfire of the killing curse. When the powerful consciousness swept over, young Master Liu's body also began to tremble. Fortunately, young Master Liu was not the only one who was trembling. Almost all the cultivators who were swept by the consciousness of the expert could not help but tremble. It was a kind of overbearing, unreasonable, and blatant contempt. Even a heaven immortal expert could only tremble in the face of this divine will. In the private room, Probably only a few people did not tremble, including the first young expert, Yang Chen, and Madame Bai. Even Elder Wu Xiong, who was next to him, could not help but tremble in fear. He never thought that such an expert would appear here. The overbearing consciousness only swept past, but the entire auction hall's cultivators trembled for a long time. When the consciousness swept past Yang Chen and Madame Bai, it seemed to pause for a moment, as if the owner of the consciousness was a little surprised. However, it seemed that the other party was only there to warn them, not to provoke them. The consciousness stopped for a moment, then immediately left. An expert. Madame Bai's eyes shone brightly. Could it be that he is here to steal Hong Zhuang's heart? At this moment, there was nothing else in Madame Bai's heart. Other than this woman's life, any provocation would make her think that it was a potential opponent, and an opponent was an enemy. He is not here for this. Yang Chen casually explained to Madame Bai. He had already noticed the thin threads of consciousness with the killing curse. There's something else, I think someone offended him. Chapter 2138. In front of Yang Chen, who had cultivated the three purities secret art and his spiritual awareness had been completely silk-like, this guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was really not enough. These spiritual awareness filaments were much thicker than the spiritual awareness filaments of the three purities secret art. It was like the difference between silk and spider silk. Of course, the spiritual awareness filaments of the three purities secret art were spider silk. It was a wonderful thing, it could actually rush into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness without anyone noticing. Moreover, it was the kind of ownerless spiritual consciousness that had no connection with its master. It was impossible to find out who the other party was just by relying on these spiritual consciousness threads. No wonder that super expert would be angry and release his divine sense to warn them. It turned out that someone had plotted against them. These few strands of spiritual consciousness had already been wrapped up by Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness. For the time being, Yang Chen could not think of how to deal with them, so he temporarily let them go. If the person who attacked discovered that it was ineffective, he would definitely attack again. Beside him, Elder Wu Xiong's body was still trembling. Yang Chen had no choice but to reach out and support his shoulder. After transferring a stream of spiritual energy to him, he felt a little better. On the other side, the External Affairs Hall Master of Samsara Valley was no exception. He also returned to normal with the help of Yang Chen. Madame Bai, who was at the side, was extremely friendly towards the two girls who were accompanying them. Not only did she help them regain their consciousness, she also constantly comforted them. She was especially concerned about Hua Xing-er, who seemed to be extremely caring towards her. Yang Chen understood what Madame Bai was thinking. She was originally a peony flower demon, and this Hua Xing-er was also a flower demon. Just this alone was enough to make Madame Bai happy. As for Hu Yuxian, it was probably because she loved him too. Young Master Liu's shivering body finally calmed down after a long while. The frenzy in his sea of consciousness was finally alleviated a little. Young Master Liu, who had just calmed down, broke out in a cold sweat when he recalled what had just happened. He did not know how long he had been afraid. If it weren't for his invisible killing curse, others wouldn't be able to find the culprit. If that terrifying expert found out that he was the culprit, he might have already died. Young Master Liu, who had always been arrogant, finally knew that there was always someone better out there. At this moment, she was more obedient than ever, not daring to provoke him. If he still didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth and made a move, then he would really be complaining that he had lived too long. Finally, he discovered that although 2 of the 3 killing curse attacks were destroyed, one of them still fell into the target's sea of consciousness. This was the killing curse targeted at Yang Chen, who was also the person young Master Liu hated the most. Forget about these 2 top-notch experts. After all, they had only stolen his limelight. Such powerful experts were also qualified to do so. After all, this world was still a world of cultivation, so young Master Liu tolerated it. But what right did Yang Chen have? Just because he could concoct pills, he dared to forcibly occupy the 2 fairies he fancied. He had to kill Yang Chen no matter what. Even if the Heavenly King came, he wouldn't be able to save him. After a short moment of panic, the order of the entire auction house became a bit better. No one dared to do anything that would cause a misunderstanding. Everyone was more obedient than if they were standing in front of their master and being taught a lesson. The auction house host of the Reincarnation Valley was also affected. Fortunately, with the help of an expert, he quickly returned to normal. After everyone calmed down completely, the auction began as usual. At the beginning of the auction, according to the usual practice, it was a few warm-up things. It was not worth much money, just to set off the atmosphere. Among the few warm-up things, one of them was a kind of medicinal material of old age. Yang Chen casually added a little more to the base price and quoted it, which was also the meaning of supporting the host. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yang Chen quoted a price, someone immediately quoted a price, pressing down Yang Chen's price. Looking at the other party's way of raising the price, it seemed to be a bit provocative. It was only a little higher than Yang Chen's, and it was clear that he wanted to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself. At this time, Yang Chen was too lazy to care about it, so he just waved his hand and let it go. It was just a warm-up medicinal material. There were many better quality and older ones in the pure bottle medicine garden. There was no shortage of this one. The one who bid was naturally the dragon among men, young Master Liu. With his original intention, he wanted to suppress Yang Chen's seedlings on this, and also attract the attention of the flower fairy and Hu Xianzi by the way. Anyway, it was just a warm-up item. He could support the host and suppress his rival in love, so why not? The idea was good, but it was a pity that Yang Chen didn't take it. This made young Master Liu's clenched fist hit the air, and he was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had eaten a fly. Young Master Liu bought such a mediocre medicinal herb in an awkward manner. He was not an alchemist, but it was basically useless to him. But since the price was quoted, he couldn't deny it, so he could only pinch his nose and eat it. This made young Master Liu more and more resentful, and he completely forgot that he provoked him first. There was a saying that profit makes one blind, but in young Master Liu's case, it was sex that made one blind. It was obvious that Yang Chen didn't want to pay attention to it, but in young Master Liu's mind, it was regarded as an opportunity to insult him. Yang Chen would not remember such a small thing. The main purpose of him coming here was to win the hearts of the beauties. There was also Madame Bai's supervision. If he could not get it, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences, and the Samsara Valley would not be able to bear the consequences. The reason why he said this was that Yang Chen had enough confidence in his financial resources. Even if a small sect came forward, it was impossible to compete with Yang Chen in financial resources. There were no customers who came forward with the major sect, so the only reason why they couldn't get it was that Samsara Valley didn't have such a thing at all. This was very possible. The heart of a beautiful woman was a good thing that could only be found by chance in the immortal realm. It was said that the Queen Mother of the West had been searching for it for 10,000 years, but she still couldn't get it. It actually appeared in the spiritual realm. How big of a pile of dogshit did Samsara Valley step on to have such heaven-defying dogshit luck? If this was really the case, Mrs. Bai would probably make a big deal out of Samsara Valley if she made a fuss, unless the guy who said the name of the heart of a beautiful woman gave a good enough explanation. There were really good things in this auction. It was precisely at the beginning of the auction that it caused intense competition. Every one of them was good stuff that all cultivators dreamed of. As soon as the price came up, everyone was full of anger, completely forgetting that they were scared out of their wits by the consciousness of an expert at the beginning. During this period, Master Yang Chen did not quote a price, which made the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of Samsara Valley, who accompanied him, very puzzled. However, these were all trivial matters to him. His biggest task was to make Master Yang happy, and to let Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian establish a relationship with Yang Chen. If Yang Chen could accept the two women on the spot, that would be the best. Chapter 2139. Speaking of which, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs also felt wronged. This time, the sect had inexplicably taken out this item as the finale item and even sent invitations to all the major sect. The purpose of this was a little confusing. "Senior, you don't know?" Yang Chen asked as if he didn't believe it. If the seller didn't know what this item was for, was he planning to vomit blood and make a huge profit? It looked like Yang Chen wasn't a handsome young master. In terms of elegance and grace, that young Master Liu was 100 times better than Yang Chen. I don't know how, but Yang Chen's master's temperament was more impressive than young Master Liu's demeanor. Time passed quickly, and the atmosphere in the auction house became more and more heated. As the good items were put out one by one, the enthusiasm of the interested buyers grew, and the bids increased. Hua Xing-er and Hu Yuxian kept sneaking glances at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's reputation was still extremely resounding in the spiritual realm. The two girls also knew what the sect meant, so they also wanted to know more about Yang Chen. Everyone knew the name of this item, and it sounded very beautiful, but when they talked about it, no one actually knew what it was for. No one could guess what good item Yang Chen had his eyes on. If they could guess it, they could just give it to Yang Chen. The Samsara Valley didn't lack such things. As long as Master Yang was happy, this relationship would slowly be established, and it would become more harmonious in the future. Finally knowing Yang Chen's purpose, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs didn't find it strange that Yang Chen didn't bid on any other items. However, Yang Chen has always maintained the appearance of sitting on the fishing platform, never opened his mouth and did not make a sound, just watching and waiting. Once he heard that Yang Chen was interested in the beauty, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs' heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he didn't say too much just now, so it wasn't so awkward now. This finale item was really not something he could get someone to bring over for Yang Chen to see. What he said seemed to be the thoughts of many customers. Someone took the lead, and immediately, many others followed suit. They wanted the host to explain it clearly. Even if it was not suitable for them, they could at least gain some knowledge. Next time, when others mentioned it, they would know what it was. It was better than being ignorant now. Madame Bai's spirit was also lifted as she stared at the Grand Elder. She was waiting for the auction item to be brought out to see if it was the peerless treasure that she had in mind. Yang Chen had not made a move at the auction. He had only shouted a few words to warm up the crowd. Once he saw that someone had bid higher than him, he immediately retreated. This made the Reincarnation Valley's External Affairs Hall Master mutter to himself. But since they didn't know its use, why would they list it as the finale item? It was clear that there were still people who understood, just that they didn't tell them everything. A medicinal herb. Yang Chen didn't tell the whole truth. He just said the biggest truth that no one could find fault with. Then he added, "It's a very precious medicinal herb. I won't hide it from you, sir. I'm here this time because I'm interested in the finale item of your auction." Yang Chen didn't hide anything. Anyway, it would be shown when the time came. There was no point in hiding it now, so it was better to tell the truth. Of course, it would be best if Yang Chen was interested in Hua Xing-er and Hu Yuexian's beauty and took them as his concubines. He believed that both the Reincarnation Valley Master and the Dongxian sect would be happy to see this happen. Young Master Liu had always done things in such a bright and open manner that people couldn't help but like him. This was the origin and foundation of young Master Liu's good reputation. Young Master Liu would also quietly build it without anyone noticing. It wasn't just the masters in the sect who didn't know what it was used for. Even the appraisers in the auction house and the shopkeepers in the sect didn't know what it was. They had never even heard of it before. Hearing that it was a medicinal herb, the External Affairs Hall Master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was a medicinal herb, it was not surprising that Master Yang knew about it. Everyone had their own specialties. It was understandable that they didn't know about this medicinal herb. Wait, what is this finale item? What is its use? Host, you have to tell us clearly. Otherwise, how are we going to bid? Just as the host was about to speak, someone immediately called for a stop. Now that Yang Chen was attracted by the auction, Hua Xing-er and Hu Yuxian happened to be there. How could the Reincarnation Valley miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? Even if Hu Yuxian wasn't a member of the Reincarnation Valley, the Valley Master could still make the decision to let her and Hua Xing-er accompany Yang Chen. Finally, the External Affairs Hall Master of the Reincarnation Valley couldn't help but ask, "Master Yang, what item have you taken a fancy to this time? Perhaps I can arrange it for Master Yang to take a look first." No matter what, They had to first know who Yang Chen's target was before they could make specific arrangements. The next item is the finale of this auction. As the auction host spoke, it was finally Hong Zhuang's jade heart's turn to appear. Fortunately, young Master Liu didn't know what the two women were thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how mad he would be. The image of a good young master that he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years was actually inferior to a craftsman who refined pills. Yang Chen was the only cultivator who had indicated that he was here for such an item. The External Affairs Hall Master was also curious and immediately asked, "Forgive me for my ignorance. Master Yang, can you enlighten me, what exactly is this Hong Zhuang's jade heart? What is its use?" Yang Chen didn't bid, and young Master Liu also seemed very content. Other than putting some effort into the item that he fancied and then revealing his identity to bid for it at a similar price, he behaved very gracefully for the other items. If he didn't directly let them go, he would symbolically increase the price to give the host some face and leave immediately. The auction house welcomed him, and the other buyers weren't unhappy either. Everyone was happy. "I'm sorry." The auction host seemed to have expected such a situation to happen. He calmly apologized to everyone and quickly explained, "It's not that we don't want to make it clear, it's just that the owner of the goods said that the goods are sold to those who know what it is and don't know its use, so there's no need to join in the fun." The policy of making friends with Yang Chen was set a long time ago, but the monster race had never had such an opportunity before, so they could only try to influence the people around Yang Chen. For example, several monster ancestors of the monster race had accepted Lan Ying as their adopted daughter, which was one of them. When asked about the high-level members of the sect, the high-level members were all secretive, and no one was clear about it. But there were instructions from the top, and they had to follow it, so they could only list this unknown thing as the finale. Many of the guests who came from all sides were inquiring about what this Hong Zhuang's jade heart was. It could be seen that not many people outside knew about it. Chapter 2140. After weighing the pros and cons, the manager of the Samsara Valley could only ask the chief elder to show the item. Finally, the chief elder agreed to take out the red jade heart for everyone to see. While he was cursing, his consciousness swept over the jade box. The hall master of the External Affairs Hall was embarrassed, but he could not say a word at this moment because he did not know what it was, nor did he know how to preserve it. "It's not bad, but..." Madame Bai's voice came, full of regret. "It's too old and has no effect at all. Also, it's not well preserved. This owner is a fool. He doesn't know anything and is just a waste of things. How dare this kind of trash brag about selling goods that are knowledgeable?" The Foreign Affairs Hall leader of the Samsara Valley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The madam with a white veil belittled the item and scolded the owner. She seemed to be very dissatisfied and ordered Yang Chen to buy it. It seemed like the old saying was true. Those who didn't like it were the ones who bought it. The ancients were right, 250 kilograms of high-quality spiritual stones. Young Master Liu was the first to bid. Although he didn't know what it was or what it could be used for, since it was the grand finale of the Reincarnation Valley, he naturally had to give it some face and leave the jade person an impression that he was rich and overbearing. As for how to preserve it, Yang Chen didn't have a say. But since Madame Bai said it wasn't right, then it must be wrong. There was nothing more to say. Madame Bai was the expert here. In his previous life, Yang Chen had only heard of such rare treasures. He had never seen one and couldn't tell if it was real or not. But Madame Bai was not just for show. She had been with the Queen Mother of the West and traveled with Ancestor Lu. She had seen all kinds of good things. Yang Chen's consciousness went over too. After the jade box was processed, it did not repel the exploration of spiritual awareness. In an instant, there was an image in Yang Chen's mind. There was indeed a red thing like a human heart in the jade box. It was bulging, as if it was beating. "I'm sorry, but it can't be exposed to the wind. If it does, it will be destroyed." The host also received guidance and immediately became arrogant. He pointed at the jade box and said, "If you have the heart, just use your divine sense to check it. It doesn't matter if you're selling the goods to a knowledgeable person or something else. You should at least show the goods and let everyone see them, right?" Someone immediately shouted, "In the spirit realm, There are many places with different sounds, different winds, and different customs. This place has this name, but maybe it's another way of saying it. How are we supposed to recognize the goods if you only give them fancy names? Most of the customers had the same attitude toward this strange beauty. They all wanted to see what kind of valuable item could be the finale of the Samsara Valley auction. 100,000 jinn. Just as young Master Liu was feeling pleased with himself, a calm voice rang out clearly, shattering young Master Liu's pride. While the others were still weighing the pros and cons, secretly estimating the value of this item, young Master Liu had already decisively called out. This would definitely attract everyone's attention and become the focus of the auction. There were countless eccentric cultivators, so it was not strange for such a strange owner to appear at this auction. However, the cultivators who wanted to know what the beauty's heart was suffered. Their plans failed, and they didn't know how sullen they felt. However, although they agreed to show the item, it was no different from not showing it at all. This was because the item was brought up in a sealed jade box. No wonder it was called the beauty's heart. Was it because it looked like a heart? This item was very magical. Divine sense couldn't penetrate it and could only see the surface. What a waste. Madam Bai saw this and snorted. Who's the one who doesn't know what's good? Everyone has seen the item. You all know whether you recognize it or not. The host had already started the process of selling it. In that case, the auction will now begin. There is no limit to the base price, and there is no limit to each increment. Begin. Yang Chen, buy it. Madam Bai cursed and then ordered Yang Chen to buy it. As for the jade box beside the host, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a jade box. It was huge, and there were all kinds of talismans stuck on it. The jade box itself was engraved with countless lines, forming a mysterious formation. It was probably protecting the item inside. The host had no choice but to ask the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had no choice but to ask the sect again. This item was said by a great elder of the sect who had been in seclusion for a long time. Only the great elder could decide whether or not the item could be taken out. On the other side, the hall leader and the elders of the Hall of External Affairs also sent back the wishes of the guests they were in charge of receiving. They basically had the same request, which was to inspect the item first. If the item was right, the spirit stones wouldn't be a problem. Only the super-rich Master Yang would be able to say such words. Although the other two parties didn't say such words, they also expressed that they wanted to see the item. They were all important guests, and it wouldn't be good to neglect them. This request was too normal. It was so normal that even the cultivators who knew the beauty's heart had the same request. Who knew if you just said the name but couldn't take out the item? When the time came, everyone would pay a high price and buy something that you said was the beauty's heart. Wouldn't that be the biggest spendthrift? If it was too old, it wouldn't have any effect. Yang Chen immediately understood what it meant. This item was really found somewhere in the spiritual realm, but it hadn't grown to the point where it could be called the real beauty's heart. At most, it was a seedling. This price was carefully considered by young Master Liu. Although the items in this auction were not bad, they were all raw materials. The highest price was 500 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. The first bid was 250 kilograms. It could be considered as carrying the Samsara Valley's sedan chair, so the price wouldn't be too low. Especially Master Yang Chen. From the beginning to the end, he didn't make a move except to warm up the crowd a little to make fun of them. He was waiting for the final item to appear. He had already made it clear that he was here for the beauty's heart. If he couldn't take it out now, it wouldn't be as simple as offending people. At the beginning, the host of the auction really didn't want to show the item. There was no other reason, because the owner of the item didn't even give it to him. How could he show it? However, these customers' requests were reasonable. Moreover, there were cultivators who really knew the item and wanted to verify its authenticity. If he didn't take it out, he obviously wouldn't be able to convince the public. Chapter 2141. The moment the figure of 50,000 kilograms was uttered, a series of cracking sounds rang out across the entire auction hall. Countless cultivators either fell from their chairs or shattered the tables and chairs they were sitting on. There were even people like young Master Liu, who had just taken a sip of wine in his hand. When he heard the sound, he spat it out directly. He thought that 250 kilograms of the best spirit stones was enough to give face to the Samsara Valley and raise the price. He did not expect that in front of someone else's price, the number that he was so proud of was now like a beggar. It was estimated that the entire auction house today would not reach the number of 100,000 kilograms. But the person who called out the price did not hesitate at all, as if he was sure that the finale, the heart of beauty, was really worth this price. After a moment of shock, there was only fanaticism left in everyone's hearts. Countless people stared at the jade box on the auction stage, and their eyes were red. That was a treasure worth 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones, and it was actually in front of them. Obviously, this was the price of a buyer who knew what it was. After the shock, everyone was even more itchy. They just wanted to know what this thing was used for and why it was worth so many spirit stones. The person who called out the price was naturally Master Yang Chen, the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Samsara Valley, and the two fairies beside him were already stunned. Seeing that Yang Chen said the price as if nothing had happened, they simply admired him from the bottom of their hearts. At the level of the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall, all the magic treasures, spirit stones, elixirs and so on, put together, he could have a net worth of 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. However, that was also what he had. It was not an easy thing to spend it so calmly. But Yang Chen was so calm, as if 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones were nothing in his eyes. But soon the master of the Foreign Affairs Hall calmed down. Yang Chen had Wu Xiong, the shopkeeper of the Wanbao Tower, by his side. Not to mention 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones, he could take out more. Over the years, the auction of Wanbao Tower had never lacked buyers. The perching god jade, the prolonging life pill, and the appearance pill were always in short supply. The atmosphere of every auction was as fierce as a war. Coupled with the Ganoderma dew pill and the limb regeneration pill, it could be said that the Wanbao Tower was a huge spirit stone mine. There were as many as one wanted. Although Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian were famous for their beauty, and they had many admirers, they were still far from being rich. Sometimes being beautiful was not entirely a good thing. There would be people in the sect who would be jealous or have other thoughts. From time to time, there would be open spears and hidden arrows, just like the Cold Plum Fairy in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Before, the two fairies in their respective sect had the intention to let them get close to Master Yang. Although the two women agreed verbally, there were still some knots in their hearts. But now they heard Yang Chen casually quoted a price of 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. The two pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly shone, as if Yang Chen had a strong magnet, firmly attracting their eyes. In addition to Yang Chen, there were two people who turned a deaf ear to this number. One was Madame Bai, following the Queen Mother of the West. What kind of things had she not seen? It was just 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones. Just the cemetery that she gave to Yang Chen, or the half-lake of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid that Yang Chen gave her was far more than this price tag. The other one who was indifferent was Elder Wu Xiong. As the Foreign Affairs Hall Master expected, the Wanbao Tower made a lot of money every day. Not to mention 100,000 kilograms of the best spirit stones, even if it was 1,000,000, so what? In fact, the Foreign Affairs Elder was also shocked by Yang Chen for a while. The value of the various goods of the sect that he handled on weekdays was more than 1,000,000. But that was the property of the sect. This number coming out of a cultivator's mouth was indeed a bit surprising. £150,000. A higher price came out of a box next to him, but everyone was no longer so shocked. They were just waiting with a lively mentality to see how high the final price could be. Since no one knew how to use it, even if they had money, who would buy it casually? Who knew if this was the auction house? £200,000. In the third box, there was a faint voice, as if lamenting how such a treasure could be sold so cheaply. £1,000,000. Yang Chen didn't even think about it, and directly raised the price he had just quoted by 10 times. That kind of casual momentum was like £1,000,000 of sand. As soon as this number came out, there was a strange silence at the scene. Many people were holding their breaths for a long time before they could let it out. Today, it was really an eye-opener for them to see how a real rich person spent. He said it's £1 million, so it's £1 million. Young Master Liu had already heard clearly that the three people who had just bid were clearly three of the three boxes that were higher than his. Especially when Yang Chen called out the second time, he could also judge from which box the price came from the voice that came from the auction hall. If it was those two super experts, the six big young masters wouldn't dare to say a word. But what Yang Chen said made him a bit unable to sit still. Why did he let this guy, Yang Chen, occupy the two fairies and still want to be in the limelight like this? No matter what, he had to suppress him. It would be best if he could make a fool of himself and lose his face. That would be perfect. Therefore, young Master Liu immediately voiced out his doubts. If someone randomly bids and spoils the market, isn't everyone being played like monkeys? It's also unfair to the other customers who bid. It had to be said that young Master Liu still had a deep understanding of the way of putting up a false front. He knew that if he only questioned, the auction house might not pay attention to it. But if it involved the other two buyers, then the auction house would have to give an explanation no matter what. Dear guest, what that old customer said just now is somewhat reasonable. What do you think? Young Master Liu had already arranged a box, so the auction house host naturally knew his identity. At this time, he had to help to please him. Fortunately, the auction house host was also unparalleled in his wit. He immediately got out of the situation and asked Yang Chen instead. But he said it skillfully. He directly called young Master Liu as an old customer, and there was not much difference in status, so he wouldn't offend either of them. At the same time, he also threw the question to Yang Chen. Whether to explain or not, it was up to Yang Chen himself. Of course, the underlying meaning was also to ask Yang Chen to show his wealth, which was the so-called capital verification. It's what I should do, don't take it to heart. How could Yang Chen care about such a small trick? He very calmly agreed, then took out a storage ring and threw it to Hua Xing beside him. At the same time, he said to Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian, I'll have to trouble the two fairies to go down and clear up the doubts of the other customers. Chapter 2142. This was the Reincarnation Valley's auction, so Hua Xing was naturally duty-bound. Hu Yuxian did not decline either. The two women walked down together and quickly reached the auction stage. However, the two women's expressions were somewhat different from usual, but the people who saw them could not tell what was different. They just did not understand what the two women were doing on the stage. While they were still in shock, Hua Xing held up Yang Chen's storage ring and showed it to everyone. She said in a sweet voice, "Esteemed guest, please ask us sisters to clear up your doubts." After saying that, Hua Xing released everything in her storage ring. In the blink of an eye, the sound of crashing could be heard. The huge stage of the auction house was filled with spirit stones, and it was covered with a purple brilliance. The purple top-grade spirit stones were like a pile of garbage, piled up several feet high. The entire stage, which was hundreds of feet wide, was completely occupied. Even the host had no place to stand. On and off the stage, other than exclamations and countless red-eyed gazes, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. Whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, when faced with a mountain of top-grade spirit stones, no one could remain indifferent. Even the most knowledgeable big shots, who could pass through more wealth with just a wave of their hands, had the same reaction as an ordinary person when faced with such a scene. Although there was a lot of wealth that had passed through their hands, how many opportunities did they have to truly be placed in front of them? If not for the fact that the entire auction house was a small Immortal's Cave magical weapon, the mountain of top-quality spirit stones alone would have been enough to crush the huge stage. The amount that Yang Chen showed was not just 1,000,000 catties, but even 10 million catties. What did it mean to be as rich as a country? This was it. An ordinary first-rate sect might not even have more than half of the spirit stones that Yang Chen had on him. This was a rich man that people looked up to. He did not need to have a strong cultivation. Just the spirit stones alone could crush a top expert to death. Just based on these spirit stones, who knew how many people would be willing to go through fire and water for Yang Chen? Young Master Liu could not believe his eyes. He was the son of the great elder of the Black Tortoise Academy. He was known to be extravagant and lascivious, but when he was at his richest, he only had a few thousand kilograms of top-grade spirit stones in his hands. When had he ever seen such a large amount of wealth in front of him? Money moved people's hearts. The auction host finally realized that he had done something stupid. There were so many cultivators in the auction house. Looking at this mountain of wealth, if a few of them were tempted and made a move, even if all the spirit stones were recovered in the future, even if all the people who made a move were caught, the Samsara Valley would definitely hand them over to the honored guest to appease his anger. Who asked him to make a request that was very disrespectful to the honored guest. At this time, the host was about to hate young Master Liu to death. But he did not forget to immediately to send the highest level of warning. He could not allow anything to happen to the spirit stones. While the host was waiting anxiously, a ray of light fell on the stage. Soon, a transparent barrier enveloped all the spirit stones. It was the owner of the goods, the great elder of Samsara Valley. Seeing that the situation was not good, he could no longer hide his whereabouts and protected the spirit stones. At least 4 people in the auction house knew what was going on. 2 of them were top experts, and the other 2 were Yang Chen and Madame Bai. Yang Chen and Madame Bai looked at each other as if they were telepathically connected. They both read each other's eyes. The move just now was a technique from the immortal realm. It was at least a golden immortal technique. It was not something that any golden immortal could do. It had to be a real golden immortal who had gone through the celestial immortal tribulation and the Xian immortal tribulation. Even a tribulation transcendence expert had ascended, so it was obvious where the owner of the goods came from. If there is no higher price, I am afraid that the heart of a beautiful woman is all I have. Seeing that the host was still in a daze, Yang Chen couldn't help but remind him of what he should be doing. The host immediately reacted and continued with his job. 1 million kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 million kilograms. Is there any higher price? 1 million kilograms going once. The heart of a beautiful woman was a good thing. Even if the people of the spiritual realm didn't know about it, the cultivators of the immortal realm definitely did. Otherwise, someone wouldn't have bid 200,000 kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones. 1,050,000, sigh. It was still the same faint voice. It sounded like it was in great pain. Esteemed guest, please show me your spirit stones. Before the host could reply, Madame Bai couldn't help but say, we can't just do as the old customer said and make an empty promise, right? Madame Bai wasn't easy to deal with. Since the host could make such a request to Yang Chen, then others had to follow it. Otherwise, the Samsara Valley wouldn't be able to convince the public. As soon as Madame Bai opened her mouth, the ordinary customers' eyes brightened. There was going to be a good show to watch. They started to make a fuss immediately. Yes, we should treat everyone equally. Those who bid should show us their wealth. At this moment, the host was complaining incessantly. He must have been possessed just now. He actually thought that Child Liu's words made sense. Although he had flattered Child Liu, he had offended some of the more distinguished guests. The loss outweighed the gain. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive after the auction. He had the intention to refuse Madame Bai's request, but when Yang Chen made the request, he immediately complied without saying a word. At this time, if he wanted to open a back door for other families, he couldn't say it out loud. What should he do? The Great Wilderness Sect accepts this price. Just as the host was in a dilemma, an unfamiliar voice came from the private room that had just made the bid. The voice was arrogant, but it was also very certain. Accepting this price in the name of a demon supersect was not a problem for the Samsara Valley. The power of a sect was definitely enough to take out so many spirit stones. The host immediately relaxed and smiled. You think the Great Wilderness Sect will accept it? Madame Bai wasn't a kind person. Yang Chen had been wronged because he had bought something for her, so she had to get back at him. There weren't many juniors who were so obedient. I said I'm from the Black Heaven sect. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? After saying that, Madame Bai ignored the other side and shouted at the host, What? How can a random customer of the Samsara Valley question whether an esteemed guest can take out spirit stones? Now I'm questioning them too. The Great Wilderness Sect accepts it. In the end, they just can't take it out. If they don't have it, then they don't have it. Why are they pretending to be a big shot in the Samsara Valley's territory? Chapter 2143. His words were too harsh. He was simply pointing at the Samsara Valley and scolding them. At the same time, he was ridiculing the Great Wilderness Sect for not having any real weapons and only knowing how to talk big. The Great Wilderness Sect was also in a dilemma. The one who accompanied that peerless powerhouse here was indeed an elder of the Great Wilderness Sect. Although he didn't know who this elder who had lived in seclusion for a long time was, he served him well. The master of the sect had exhorted him many times to serve this ancestor well. This time, he had brought 50,000 kilograms of best-grade spiritual stones. Basically, as long as he didn't spend too much, he could satisfy his needs. Of course, since he came here under the guise of attending the auction, he had to make some bids at the auction. For this reclusive first elder of the Great Wilderness Sect, the heart of a beautiful woman was just a primer and a pretext. It was not necessary for him to buy it from her. He just wanted to prove his identity. Coming down from above, there were some taboos. At least more than half of his memory was sealed. The remaining part was just who he was and what the sect wanted to do. As for what kind of experts there were in other sect, he couldn't remember. Besides, the experts in the mortal world basically came down naked. Except for the natal flying sword, they couldn't bring anything down. But it was enough. With the natal flying sword, he didn't need to worry about sweeping the spiritual realm. Seeing the name of the red jade heart, which should only appear in the immortal world, the first elder knew what was going on. He also wanted to get in touch with the Samsara Valley, which was the original purpose of attending the auction. Similarly, the person in the private room next to him had the same idea. They all came from the immortal world and came to the mortal world for business, so they were in the same situation. They thought the red jade heart was just a pretext, but they saw the real thing. The first elder of the Samsara Valley was so lucky that he found a red jade heart in its infancy in the spiritual realm. Who wouldn't want such a good thing in their hands if they had the chance? The first elder of the Samsara Valley also suffered in silence. It was just a communication signal, but he didn't expect to attract someone who knew it. Since the Samsara Valley had said that this was the finale of the auction, and they had made a bid, he had no choice but to sell it. Although the person from the Reincarnation Valley felt it was a pity, he knew the big picture and took out what he had to. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of asking the sect to buy it back at a high price, but it wasn't worth it to pay such a huge price for this young beauty's heart. First of all, he only knew how to keep it, how to take care of it, how to grow it, and how to use it were a complete mess. Otherwise, Madam Bai wouldn't have scolded him for putting it in a jade box. Since the owner of the goods was willing to let go, the Samsara Valley's auction could be considered a great success. Especially when Yang Chen was willing to pay 1 million best-grade spirit stones to buy it, it made people see the hope of successfully completing the task and earning 1 million best-grade spirit stones. But everything was destroyed by young Master Liu's question. The host was an idiot. He knew that the bidder, Yang Chen, was in the most distinguished room in the auction house, but he thought he was clever and took advantage of Yang Chen. Now, the woman next to Yang Chen turned the tables and threw the problem to the Samsara Valley and the Great Wilderness Sect. Even if the elders of the Great Wilderness Sect accepted the price in the name of the Great Wilderness Sect, but Yang Chen didn't accept it, they had to solve it according to the rules here. The world was big, and the rules were the most important. In the auction house, they had to follow the rules. Otherwise, they would be disrespecting the host and the Samsara Valley. But now, the Samsara Valley was in a difficult position. When others questioned Yang Chen, they didn't say anything and even took advantage of the situation to make things difficult for them. Now, they used their rules to make things difficult for other guests, so they could only watch and not say anything. At the end of the day, in the auction house, no matter how powerful an expert was, he couldn't compete with silver or spirit stones, unless he wanted to destroy the whole auction house. Otherwise, even if the emperor came, he could only follow the rules of the auction house and go to the highest bidder. This was the unbreakable truth in the auction house. Madam Bai asked the Great Wilderness Sect to show their spirit stones. Their name was useless, they had to show real money. Samsara Valley and the Great Wilderness Sect had two real golden immortal experts, but they couldn't even fart. It was really aggrieved. Of course, the golden immortal expert of the Great Wilderness Sect wouldn't swallow his anger. In the end, it was Yang Chen's decision. As long as Yang Chen nodded, all the doubts could be cleared. Therefore, the golden immortal expert of the Great Wilderness Sect directly sent his spirit sense into Yang Chen's room, intending to use his identity to slightly pressure Yang Chen and force him to speak. Theoretically, the room of the auction house couldn't be penetrated by spirit sense. This was to protect the buyer's safety. At the beginning of the concoction, this problem had been considered. Therefore, it was impossible to find out the identity of the other people in the room, unless it was like young Master Liu who peeped through the door crack. No matter how powerful the room was in the spiritual realm, it couldn't block the spirit sense of a real golden immortal expert. Therefore, the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect scanned Yang Chen with his powerful spirit sense without any effort. However, it was limited to this. The powerful spirit sense only scanned for a moment, and then it didn't make any sound. This was because Yang Chen took out the merit ring that he had been wearing on his finger at the right time. When the powerful spirit sense of the golden immortal expert scanned the merit ring, it stopped for a moment. Then, all the divine senses retreated without a sound, and there was no further action. At this moment, the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect was smiling bitterly. Initially, he wanted to communicate with the other side. At least, he could use his identity to pressure the other side into agreeing to let this go. However, when he found the other party's merit ring, he immediately gave up this idea. The merit ring was the token of the heavenly court. There were so many cultivators in the immortal realm, but only 1 out of 10,000 could become a real member of the heavenly court. Since Yang Chen was wearing the merit ring, he was a member of the heavenly court. No matter how low his cultivation was, the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Who knew what trump card he was hiding? Moreover, those who could descend to the lower realm could only bring their life source flying swords, but Yang Chen actually brought down the merit ring. What did this mean? Was there a need to say more? Perhaps, he could only follow the request of the other side and show his wealth to bid. The problem was that he knew the background of himself and the elder beside him. Both of them didn't have more than 200,000 kilograms of spirit stones in total. The price that he had bid before was also guaranteed by the sect. In this dilemma, the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect hated the guy who questioned Yang Chen to the core. Since he was in trouble, he wouldn't let him have an easy time. Chapter 2144. No matter how angry he was, he had to get through this. Great Wilderness Sect could not lose face because of this. After thinking for a while, there seemed to be only one way. The Great Wilderness Sect's golden immortal expert asked, "Can your sect use other items as collateral?" "Sure." The auctioneer was in a dilemma. When he heard this question, it was as if he heard the voice of an immortal. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He quickly agreed. As long as he could get through this, he didn't care about anything else. "I have a few 8th revolution pills left behind by my ancestor. I wonder how much can they be exchanged for?" The golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect had no choice but to take out his newly concocted pills and hand them over to the elder of Samsara Valley, asking him to send them up. Yang Chen asked the elder of Samsara Valley to send them up. The floor was covered with spirit stones on the spot. Great Wilderness Sect could not be in a disadvantageous position, they had to be open and above board. These 8th revolution pills were concocted by this golden immortal expert not long ago. He had just descended to the mortal world not long ago. He wanted to test how far he could go in the mortal world. That was why he concocted these pills. He didn't expect that they could be used at this moment. It could be said that he had foresight. The idea of 8th revolution pills immediately caused the entire auction house to be in an uproar. The strongest person in the spiritual realm was only a 7th tier pill refinement master. When had there ever been an 8th revolution pill? Even Great Master Yang Chen, who was in the limelight recently, was only a 6th tier pill refinement master. As soon as the 8th revolution pills appeared, the auctioneer immediately felt like he was looking at a tall mountain. This feeling made the golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect very happy. It was rare to have a beautiful heart in the spiritual realm, but 8th revolution pills were even rarer. He didn't believe that these 8th revolution pills couldn't turn the tables. Liu Wuji, who lived next door, was also very happy. After hearing the name of the 8th revolution pill, his mood instantly became cheerful. Aren't you, Yang Chen, very powerful? But you're just a 6th tier pill refinement master. You can only concoct some 6th revolution pills. Compared to a senior who could concoct 8th revolution pills, you're not even qualified to carry his shoes. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity to humiliate Yang Chen. Why did the Reincarnation Valley treat Yang Chen so politely? Why did the Flower Fairy and Hu Fairy get asked by the sect to accompany Yang Chen? In the end, wasn't it because Yang Chen was a genius alchemist? Now that the 8th revolution pill had appeared, Yang Chen's reputation as a genius immediately turned into dog shit. Let's see what else he can be proud of. Although this 8th revolution pill was not taken out by young Master Liu, it still made him feel comfortable, as if he had drunk a large cup of sweet fruit juice cooled with well water in the hottest days of the year. Every pore of his was exuding a kind of carefree and complacent aura. When had there ever been an 8th grade alchemist in the spiritual realm? Everyone in the auction hall felt their blood boiling, and they were extremely excited. This time, he was going to make a fortune. Even if he couldn't establish a relationship with this super powerful alchemist, it was enough to know that the Great Wilderness Sect had an 8th tier alchemist. Just this piece of news was enough for them to make a small fortune. Although that expert of the Great Wilderness Sect said that this was an 8th revolution pill passed down by their ancestors, who would believe him? After so many years of not taking it out, a few 8th revolution pills suddenly popped out. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was unknown how many people had begun to ponder on how to get close to the Great Wilderness Sect after this auction. The 6th revolution pill of Grandmaster Yang Chen was already enough to make people scramble for it. Now that the 8th revolution pill had appeared, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. Perhaps it was because the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect had sensed the enthusiasm of the crowd, he enjoyed it very much. Seeing that his pills had already been sent to the host of the highest auction house and that the auction house had also sent out 2 appraisers to inspect the goods, the expert of the Great Wilderness Sect couldn't help but feel complacent. These pills are very effective. As long as one still has a breath left in him, he will be able to recover to his original state. The expert of the Great Wilderness Sect didn't forget to introduce his pills. Especially for those cultivators who are crippled or have lost their limbs, this pill has a miraculous effect. After taking one pill, no matter how serious the injuries are, they will be able to recover in a short period of time. In his opinion, a pill that could save lives and regrow limbs should be considered as a rare supreme-grade pill in the spiritual realm. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it for hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones, right? TSK. Initially, everyone was full of expectations for the 8th revolution pill. However, after hearing the introduction of the pill's effects by the expert, it immediately caused a series of hissing sounds. What kind of joke was this? Was this the only effect of an 8th revolution pill? A life-saving pill. Grandmaster Yang Chen's 6th revolution Ganoderma Jade pill was publicly recognized as the most effective life-saving pill in the spiritual realm. As for regrowing limbs, was it more effective than Grandmaster Yang's limb regeneration pill? The expert only used 2 kinds of 6th revolution pills to solve the problem that could only be solved by an 8th revolution pill. Only a fool would spend a sky-high price to buy an 8th revolution pill. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was exactly what was happening in front of them. Everyone's appetite had been aroused by the 8th revolution pill. However, they suddenly found out that the legendary good thing was nothing more than this. Everyone's disappointment was almost written on their faces. The collective hissing sound was a clear proof. The face of the elder who accompanied the expert from Great Wilderness Sect had already turned red. He really didn't know how to avoid feeling embarrassed. Even the elder of Samsara Valley who was accompanying them was looking at the 2 of them with a strange gaze. This made the expert from Great Wilderness Sect wish that he could just hide in a crack on the ground. How did this golden immortal expert know that such an unreasonable pill like the limb regeneration pill already existed in the spiritual realm? He had just descended to the mortal realm not long ago. After learning about the situation of fighting against Zhao clan, he began to adapt to the spiritual realm first. He didn't have the time to study the latest information in the spiritual realm. Therefore, he didn't know that the limb regeneration pill already existed in the spiritual realm. He also didn't know that this pill was invented by Yang Chen. An 8-revolution pill was indeed precious. However, in terms of medicinal efficacy, it was only equal to the 2 6th revolution spiritual pills of Yang Chen. The two appraisers of Samsara Valley were also in a difficult position. After struggling for a long time, they finally came up with a price. 50,000 kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones. This was because the pill was an 8-revolution pill and the person who made it was Great Wilderness Sect. That was why they deliberately gave such a high price. Speaking of which, the price was almost 100 times higher than the 2 6th revolution spiritual pills of Yang Chen. If this was during normal times, they would have already given face to Great Wilderness Sect. However, the current situation was like giving a slap in the face to Great Wilderness Sect on purpose. The Samsara Valley had the intention to give a higher price. However, there were so many customers here and many of them knew their stuff. If they went overboard, the reputation of the entire Samsara Valley would be ruined. The golden immortal expert wasn't a fool. When he saw the embarrassed expression of the elder beside him, he didn't care about anything else and hurriedly asked what was going on. When he found out that there were already 2 types of pills in the spiritual realm that could achieve the same effect as his 8-revolution golden pill, the golden immortal expert widened his eyes. He simply couldn't believe his ears. There was such a powerful pill refiner in the spiritual realm? How was that possible? Chapter 2145. Regardless of whether this golden immortal expert believed it or not, the truth was the truth. Coincidentally, that elder of Great Wilderness Sect happened to have a 6-revolution merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill concocted by Master Yang Chen. An elder who could accompany such an important expert of the sect must have an extraordinary identity. It was normal for him to have Master Yang's pill with him. If he wasn't a normal person, he might even be able to get the limb regeneration pill. Holding the 6-revolution merit Ganoderma mushroom jade pill concocted by Yang Chen, the golden immortal expert of Great Wilderness Sect couldn't care less that he was in the auction house and he had just made a fool of himself. He directly sent his spirit sense into the pill. An expert was indeed an expert. He instantly understood the brilliance of the Ganoderma mushroom jade pill. The even ratio of the various medicinal ingredients and the stability of the monarch, minister, assistant envoy seemed to have reached the peak. The effect of such a 6-revolution pill was close to that of his 8-revolution pill. Expert. The golden immortal expert couldn't give an objective evaluation. To have such a standard at the 6th stage, even a pill refiner like him who thought that he was an expert in pill refinement in the immortal world couldn't be compared to him. After praising the pill refiner, the golden immortal expert immediately returned his attention to the auction house. After giving a few instructions to the elder beside him, the elder hesitated for a while before finally agreeing to his request. This is the token of our Great Wilderness Sect passed down by our ancestor. The elder of Great Wilderness Sect took out a token and sent it to the External Affairs elder of Samsara Valley. Put it here as collateral. I want to borrow 5 million kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones from your sect. What do you think? This put Samsara Valley in a difficult position. If it was just to appraise the value of the magic treasures and pills, it would be easy to deal with them as they were. However, how much would the token left behind by the ancestor of Great Wilderness Sect, which was also a super sect, be worth? Fortunately, it wasn't a direct payment this time. It was a loan. Comparatively speaking, it was much easier to deal with. After a while, Samsara Valley replied that it was okay. During this period of time, Yang Chen did not urge the auction house to do things according to the rules, which could be considered as giving face to the Great Wilderness faction. For some unknown reason, the golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School, who had also come from the lower realm, remained indifferent. He had not opened his mouth since the beginning when he called out 150,000 kilograms of force. This item is useless to me. If I can buy it with a few 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones, it will be a huge profit. The same question was asked by the elder who accompanied him. This golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School was very approachable. He did not look like he was from a devil sect at all. Instead, he patiently explained to his junior. But if we use the current price to buy it, although it won't be a loss, it's hard to say if we can use it in the future. The golden immortal smiled and said, apart from these reasons, I don't have 1,000,000 jin of spirit stones on me. Do you? The elder of Wuji Demon School smiled bitterly. He didn't have that many spirit stones either. Who had nothing better to do than to carry around 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones? It was not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't. However, Wuji Demon School was a super sect among the devil sects. Whatever the Great Wilderness sect could do, Wuji Demon School could also do. Therefore, the elder of Wuji Demon School hesitated and asked, Grandmaster, why don't we mortgage it to borrow some spirit stones from Samsara Valley? There's no need. The golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School was more pragmatic. He shook his head directly. I said, there's no point in buying it at this price. It's purely a fight of pride. The elder was just saying it. He did not want to lose face in Samsara Valley's territory. The guy from the Great Wilderness sect had suffered such a setback just now. It made people want to laugh. The golden immortal expert from Wuji Demon School already knew his identity, but he was still happy to see him make a fool of himself. Although the immortal world was also looking for traces of the Zhao family, one was a devil sect, and the other was a demon clan. They were not as united against a common enemy as the spiritual world in the mortal world. Wuji Demon School had made up their mind to focus on business and not participate in this kind of fight of pride. However, the Great Wilderness sect was embarrassed and could only brace themselves to continue. 5,000,000 kilograms. There was no such pressure on Yang Chen's side. The shiny spirit stones were almost tens of millions of pounds, and it was just a number to call it casually. Comparatively speaking, the Great Wilderness sect was lacking in style. Although Samsara Valley had agreed to lend them as much as they bid, it was not as good as having real spirit stones. 5,000,000 kilograms. The golden immortal expert could only call out again and raise Yang Chen's bid by 100,000 kilograms, 2,000,000. As soon as the golden immortal finished speaking, Yang Chen raised the price by 400,000 without hesitation, reaching the sky-high price of 1,000,000 kilograms. All the people in the auction house, including the host, the staff of Samsara Valley, and the guests of the auction, were very excited at this moment. When had they ever seen such a big deal? Even when they were fighting for the sacred jade in Wanbao Tower, there was not such a big scene. How many times could they have a chance to see such a scene in their lifetime? Especially when the pile of 5,000,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones appeared in front of them, it was more attractive than all the fairies in the world standing naked in front of them. Many people were breathing fast and blushing. They could not take their eyes off those spirit stones. Everyone must have thought more than once how good it would be if those spirit stones were their own. 1,000,000 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones was not a small number even for a super sect. In particular, they could only buy one thing that could not be used for the time being, which made them feel that it was of little value. Now, it was not just about buying things, but also about saving face. The golden immortal expert of the Great Wilderness sect was already murmuring, is it worth it to pay such a price just to save face? After all, he was a golden immortal expert. After ascending to the immortal realm, his vision was much broader than before. Soon, he understood that it was better not to show off this kind of limelight. Although it was a bit shameful, he could not let the sect accept such a loss just because of his little face. Of course, there was another reason. These spirit stones were borrowed in the name of the sect. Once he bought them, would the heart of the beautiful woman belong to him or to the sect? Looking at the direction of Yang Chen's box unwillingly, the golden immortal expert finally chose to give up for the time being. However, since he had lost face, he could not let it go just like that. He could deal with the future in the future, but he could not let go of the guy in front of him so easily. Of course, this person was not Yang Chen. After all, Yang Chen was also instigated by someone to show his wealth. The one who made the golden immortal expert bear a grudge was young Master Liu, who instigated Yang Chen to show his spirit stones. Chapter 2146. If the golden immortal could detect Yang Chen's room, then young Master Liu's room wouldn't be able to block his divine sense at all. After easily leaving a divine sense imprint on young Master Liu, the golden immortal gave up on bidding and gave the heart of beauty to Yang Chen. The happiest person was naturally Madame Bai. Madame Bai had been dreaming about it ever since she found out about it. Now that she finally got it, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. The Reincarnation Valley still followed the rules. They honestly took 2 million kilograms of spirit stones from the large pile on the stage. The rest were all collected and sent back to Yang Chen. In public, no matter how greedy they were, they couldn't do something that would bring shame to the entire sect. Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian were the ones who brought the spirit stones back. The two girls still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the spirit stones at such a close distance. When they looked at Yang Chen, their eyes were so hot that even Elder Wu Xiong could feel it. "Oh, I like these two girls very much. Can they stay with me for a while?" For some reason, Madame Bai suddenly made such an outrageous request to Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian. The two girls were stunned. What was this? Did they have to give the girls away just because they helped Yang Chen get the spirit stones? The head of the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall was overjoyed. The demon race had thought of countless ways to get a few demon beauties to Yang Chen, but they didn't have a chance. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, what else could they say? "Sure, no problem at all." Before the two girls could reply, the head of the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall made the decision for them. "Madam, you must still need a few servants. Let them serve you." The head of the Foreign Affairs Hall was in charge of the sect's external affairs. His eyes were brighter than the most famous thief in the world. How could he not see Yang Chen's attitude towards Madame Bai? Even Yang Chen had to suck up to her, so sucking up to her was definitely not a bad thing. Moreover, wasn't this an opportunity to send a demon clan beauty to Yang Chen's side? With Madame Bai by her side, how could she not be able to accompany Yang Chen? The flower fairy and fairy who didn't even have a chance to refuse. They were directly sent to Madame Bai by the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall chief. Hua Xing was a member of the Reincarnation Valley, and the head of the Foreign Affairs Division was an elder and a member of the upper echelons of the sect. She could not disobey him, and Hu Yuxian of the Dongxian Gate could not refuse. Moreover, even if they didn't like Yang Chen before, the tens of millions of pounds of top-grade spirit stones could make any woman who had an aversion to Yang Chen change their views. What's more, those spirit stones were only the cash that Grandmaster Yang had on him. There must be a lot of other valuable things. The two women immediately followed suit and bowed to Madame Bai. At the same time, they did not forget to display their charms to the fullest. Hua Xing was a flower demon, and Hu Yuxian was a fox deity. They were both beautiful. Their act made people stare at them. Even the Reincarnation Valley's Foreign Affairs Hall chief almost swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he managed to control himself at the last moment and did not make a fool of himself. Yang Chen did not have any objections. Madame Bai wanted two demon clan women, and it definitely had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen knew this very well. Therefore, he did not say anything. After all, Madame Bai would explain it to him. There was no need to be so anxious to know the whole story. The Reincarnation Valley was also surprised this time. A senior had come to the lower bound, and as soon as he came, he found a red jade heart that was still in its seedling stage. Although he could not use it himself, he had sold it for 2 million best-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. He had married a wife and celebrated the new year. It was double happiness. No, it should be said that there were 3 happy events. Things were sold to earn spirit stones, and a beautiful female disciple was sent to Yang Chen's side. Relatively speaking, this was a happier thing. 2 million spirit stones were nothing. Those who knew Yang Chen's means had no doubt that as long as he was happy, he could give the 5 million spirit stones to his female disciple without batting an eyelid. The people of the Reincarnation Valley were in a jubilant mood. All the guests had watched a wonderful show and were also very satisfied. This auction was too interesting. No one knew where this guy came from and treated an 8th revolution pill as a treasure. In the end, he was killed by Master Yang with a 6th revolution pill. It was funny just thinking about it. To the experts of Wuji Demon School, it was also a good show and they were very satisfied. The only ones who were not satisfied were the people of Great Wilderness Sect and young Master Liu. The Golden Immortal Expert of Great Wilderness Sect did not take this matter to heart. It was just a red jade heart that had not grown up yet. If he could not buy it, then so be it. As for saying that he took out the 8th grade medicinal pill, it was a joke, but after seeing the medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen, he was also convinced, and his resentment towards Yang Chen was also a lot smaller. But it was different for young Master Liu. Not only did he not get the limelight, but the 2 fairies he liked were forced to serve Yang Chen. At least in the eyes of young Master Liu, the 2 fairies were definitely not willing. Didn't he see that they were so dejected that they could not even lift their heads? He had no idea that the 2 girls were also suppressing their excitement. The worst thing was that his action not only caused dissatisfaction in the Reincarnation Valley, but also made the Golden Immortal Expert of Great Wilderness Sect bear a grudge. If he knew that his provocation would bring about such consequences, he would not have dared to say that even if he was beaten to death. His invisible killing curse was casually shattered by the 2 experts. The pain of the backlash was still there. He did not dare to show any disrespect to these 2 experts who were so powerful that they made people feel despair. Just when young Master Liu thought that he had escaped from this disaster without being discovered by anyone, the expert of Great Wilderness Sect had already made his move. Of course, he did not make any big moves. The Golden Immortal Expert only snorted coldly and young Master Liu felt like a nuclear bomb had exploded in his sea of consciousness. Although his sea of consciousness was not completely destroyed, it made him bleed from his 7 orifices and he was in unbearable pain. The movement of young Master Liu could not be hidden from the people of Reincarnation Valley. As the host, it was not appropriate for them to directly attack young Master Liu. However, they were very happy to see someone do it for them. Therefore, they were very willing to use the reputation of their sect to guarantee that young Master Liu was suffering from a serious illness and was not plotted against. As for the Great Elder of Black Tortoise Academy, he would personally come to Reincarnation Valley and talk to that senior from the mortal world. The auction in Reincarnation Valley was considered a complete success. All the guests dispersed and went back to their own homes. However, the Golden Immortal Elder of Great Wilderness Sect looked in the direction where Yang Chen and Madame Bai disappeared and revealed a mysterious smile. Chapter 2147. There were 2 reasons why the Golden Immortal Experts of Great Wilderness Sect and Limitless Demon Sect would participate in this auction. One reason was to confirm each other's identities, and the other reason was to discuss their next move. As for Yang Chen, he came here for the Hongzhuang Jade Heart. Now that he got what he wanted, he didn't want to stay any longer. Too much wealth was revealed at the auction, so he needed to disappear for a while to calm down the recent uproar. However, it was not Yang Chen's original intention to have 2 more monster race beauties. But Madame Bai insisted, so Yang Chen had to go along with her wishes. You can't figure out what I want them for, right? Madame Bai took the initiative to bring this up when she was chatting with Yang Chen in the Dragon Palace. Yes, Madam. Yang Chen had always been respectful in front of Madame Bai, answering all her questions. Other than Madame Bai's identity, he basically told the truth. Do you know why it's called the Hongzhuang Jade Heart? Madame Bai was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her expression. But from her voice and the curve of her eyes, he could tell that she was smiling. Yang Chen shook his head. This thing was something that could only be found by chance in the immortal world. He had only heard of it, but never seen it or studied it. It was normal that he didn't know about it. Because the Hongzhuang Jade Heart will always be a seedling without a special method of cultivation. It will never mature. Madame Bai didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Since Yang Chen didn't know about it, she explained, this cultivation method can't be separated from beauties. I'd like to hear more about it. Yang Chen's interest was piqued. It was strange to say that the cultivation of medicinal herbs couldn't be separated from beauties. To cultivate it to maturity, the seedling must be placed in the heart of a beauty and nurtured with the blood of a beauty. It will take at least a few thousand years for it to mature. Madam Bai continued, on one hand, this plant looks like a heart. It's red, so it needs the blood of a beauty to mature. This is why it's called the Hongzhuang jade heart. Even though Yang Chen had seen many things in his 2 lives, he was still shocked by this explanation. Using a beauty's heart's blood to irrigate it was truly unheard of and unseen. Most importantly, if this thing is used by human cultivators, then it must be watered with the heart blood of human beauties. If it is used by a demon like me, then it must be watered with the heart blood of a demon of the same clan. Madam Bai didn't hide anything and explained everything clearly. That's why I could only ask for the 2 girls. Hua Xing was also a flower demon, so she could be considered a demon of the same race as Bai. What puzzled Yang Chen was Hu Yuxian. She was a fox immortal, an animal creature, and a flower monster plant creature were 2 different things. Yang Chen could understand Hua Xing but what about Hu Yuxian? Bai Hua Xing Yang Chen didn't can understand, but Xing's Hua flower demon Qi. Yang Chen's energy was Hua spirit Yang Im's. This little fox has a special ability. She can absorb people's vital energy and transfer it. Madam Bai smiled. How can the little flower demon withstand it for a long period of time? Fox immortals were called fox spirits, which was in line with Madam Bai's description. However, Fairy Hu seemed to be a little too lowly, didn't she? Could it be that Hu Yuxian, who was rumored to be as pure as ice and as clean as jade, was so? But Yang Chen had seen Hu Yuxian and Hua Xing. The 2 girls were clearly chaste. Even if Yang Chen didn't understand this, he knew that if the demon race wanted to send the 2 girls to him, they would definitely not send 2 broken flowers. They had to be chaste. Mph, what do you know? Madam Bai rolled her eyes at Yang Chen. Then, she said proudly, who do you think I am? My eyes are sharp. I can tell with one look that the relationship between the 2 girls is not ordinary. Can't the 2 girls maintain their chaste bodies when they play? These words made Master Yang, who claimed to be knowledgeable, drop his jaw in shock. The 2 women were actually a fake couple. It was no wonder that the flower fairy Hu Xianzi had been very good friends until Yang Chen's rebirth in his previous life, and almost never separated. But where did Fairy Hu go to absorb so much vital energy? Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Even though Madam Bai was his elder and he had to side with her, it didn't seem appropriate for the little fox to lower herself just for this reason. The little fox is talented. Even though she is a girl, she has a pure young nature. Madam Bai suddenly said such an inexplicable sentence, which made Yang Chen a little puzzled, to be able to practice double cultivation with the little flower monster. That person definitely won't accept Peony, Rose, and the others by my side, unlike you. But if they cultivate like this, they won't last long and will face many difficulties in the future. When Madam Bai said this, how could Yang Chen not understand what Madam Bai meant? She wanted the maids by her side to also practice the Tao of dual cultivation. In truth, Madam Bai's idea surprised Yang Chen. She wanted to harmonize yin and yang with the maidservants, but at the same time, she didn't want them to lose their vital yin. Of course, it was also because he coincidentally met Hu Yuxian that this happened. Since they only need blood, why not let big sister Peony and Rose do it? Yang Chen thought for a moment, then asked again, I can guarantee that I have enough pills to replenish vital energy so that they don't have to worry about lacking vital energy. How can it be so easy? Madam Bai sighed. The beautiful hearts of the spirit realm can't withstand the vital energy of the immortal realm. Madam Bai and the maidservants were all cultivators of the immortal realm. Even though they were in the spirit realm, the spiritual energy in their bodies was still the aura of the immortal realm. Therefore, the young seeds of the beautiful hearts of the spirit realm could only be cultivated by the flower demon of the spirit realm. At first, Madam Bai was worried about how to cultivate them, but when she saw Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian, and after a closer look, she discovered that Hu Yuxian had outstanding talent. It seemed that all her problems had been solved. It was fortunate that Madam Bai could think of so much. This made Yang Chen feel a little uncomfortable, at least when he saw Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian. But when he thought about it, Hu Yuxian really had a good life. Madame Bai's maidservants were all outstanding beauties. If Hu Yuxian was a man, she would have fallen into the crowd of beauties. She would have endless luck with women. Of course, if she was a man, she probably wouldn't even dare to have such thoughts. If Madame Bai or any of the maidservants found out, she would probably die a horrible death. Perhaps this was fate. The heavens couldn't bear for a beautiful heart to remain in its infancy forever, so they arranged this series of coincidences. It seemed that fairy who was indeed born with endless luck with women. Chapter 2148. Anyway, Yang Chen wouldn't refute Madame Bai's decision. He could only do his best to help. He would give her whatever she wanted, do whatever she wanted, and support her unlimitedly. However, Yang Chen wasn't sure if Hua Xing'er would be willing to do this. At the same time, Hu Yuxian wouldn't agree to his endless luck with women. Luckily, Madame Bai would take care of the two of them, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. If Madame Bai couldn't even handle the two little flower demons and little fox from the spiritual realm, then she wouldn't be Madame Bai. After Yang Chen understood the ins and outs of the situation and divided the work with Madame Bai, the mysterious Sky-Dark Sea Shuttle had already flown a long distance with the Dragon Palace. Now, Yang Chen was flying at full speed. He had to get back to the sect as soon as possible. Reincarnation Valley, Great Wilderness Sect, and Wuji Demon School had already sent experts from the immortal realm down. He didn't know how the mysterious Sky Sect and the other sect were doing. One thing was for sure, the Zhao family was in big trouble this time. With so many golden immortal experts that had passed the Xian immortal tribulation, the Zhao family would be greatly weakened no matter how powerful they were. However, he didn't know how the experts of the Zhao family had arranged and if they had already prepared everything for the immortal realm. Yang Chen had to get back to the sect as soon as possible. If necessary, Yang Chen had to rush to the demon space to watch the show. If he didn't make it, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. In his previous life, he didn't have the opportunity or the ability, but now it was different. It would be a pity if he missed it. He had to make it. While Yang Chen was on his way, young Master Liu had recovered a little for a short time. A casual attack from a golden immortal expert had severely injured his sea of consciousness. He was bleeding from all his orifices and almost turned into a fool. This guy knew very well that there was an expert teaching him a lesson. It was very likely that it was the expert who had been defeated by Madame Bai's powerful formless killing curse. However, Liu Wuji didn't dare to complain. The opponent was too terrifying. His invisible killing curse was useless against him, but he could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Young Master Liu was very proud and humble. He had all sorts of good reputations, but he had never been called a fool. Since young Master Liu wasn't a fool, he naturally didn't dare to do anything to that terrifying master. But now he was very angry, and there was no place for him to vent his anger. He could only put his idea on Yang Chen's head. Of the 3 formless killing curses that were released earlier, 2 were easily shattered by the 2 terrifying experts. However, the last one was left behind and successfully entered the other party's sea of wisdom. The guy who was hit was Yang Chen, whom young Master Liu hated the most. If Yang Chen used to be young Master Liu's potential rival in love, then now he had directly become a deadly enemy who snatched his love away. Yang Chen actually took away the Flower Fairy and the Hu Fairy. He already had so many wives and concubines, why did he still want to forcibly occupy the 2 fairies? The combination of the flames of jealousy and the fact that he did not dare to resist after being taught a lesson caused the flames of anger to burn higher and higher. Young Master Liu was already on the verge of collapse. After being taught a life worse than death, young Master Liu, who finally recovered, the first thing he wanted to do was to launch the formless killing curse. No matter what, Yang Chen must die. Even if he didn't die, he had to be sick for hundreds of years to dissipate the anger in young Master Liu's heart. Yang Chen was on his way when he suddenly noticed a tremor in his sea of consciousness. His mind immediately concentrated in his sea of consciousness, and then found the source of the tremor. It was the few thin spiritual awareness threads left by young Master Liu that were causing trouble. Those filaments trembled as if they were still trying to grow. Unfortunately, in Yang Chen's powerful sea of consciousness, This slightest tremor couldn't be hidden at all. Soon Yang Chen found a trace of curse in it, and with Yang Chen's knowledge, this curse seemed to be very powerful. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Yang Chen tried, he couldn't find the culprit. Even the actions of these cursed spiritual awareness threads seemed to be spontaneous, and he couldn't find any connection with the original owner. Yang Chen kept these spiritual awareness threads to find the guy who plotted against him. But now the situation made him a little disappointed. In this case, there was no point in keeping these spiritual awareness threads. Yang Chen planned to disperse them directly. Just as he was about to make a move, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved. Since it was a curse, it would definitely not make people feel good. Now Yang Lan seems to be living a good life in the Zhao family. It seems that it is a bit cheap for him. It is better to send this curse to him. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads wrapped these strange spiritual awareness threads, and then directly wrapped these spiritual awareness threads around the spiritual awareness imprint of the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra left by Yang Lan. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, when these spiritual awareness threads went around, they seemed to have found a way and disappeared in an instant. Yang Lan has been really proud recently. His previous opinions and previous tears have been rewarded handsomely. Several young masters of the Zhao family have been withdrawn, and it is said that they will go back to receive the majestic family law. Yang Lan himself has become an advisor of the new master. Basically, the master will discuss with Yang Lan about major and minor matters. This has made Yang Lan's status in the Zhao family rise. Many people flatter him. It can be said that he is proud of his success. He can see all the flowers of the Zhao family in one day. While he was proud, Yang Lan suddenly felt cold, as if there was some evil wind blowing into his body. Then the whole body was stiff, and the sudden pain of the whole body surged into Yang Lan's mind like a tide. Ah! Yang Lan couldn't help but scream out loud. This is all he can do now. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move. It seemed that there were countless knives scraping his flesh all over his body. Wasn't the so-called 1,000 cuts in the mortal world just like this? The Zhao family's children who have been following Yang Lan were shocked to see this situation. Someone immediately helped Yang Lan to lie down, and the other immediately went to report to the current master to make a decision. After a while, the master arrived with a few masters. After checking up and down, someone immediately found a clue. Young Master Yang is cursed by a master. The obvious curse breath was very easy to identify. The Zhao family had many masters, and they quickly determined the reason. In my Zhao family's important place, there are still people who can't curse young Master Yang. Check it out. The master was very angry. This level of curse must be close to be effective. It must be that someone inside the Zhao family had moved their mind that they shouldn't have. Under great anger, they immediately sent people to investigate thoroughly. On Yang Lan's side, the master quickly helped. After a while, the curse was suppressed. However, no matter how hard these masters tried, this curse was always like a maggot in the tarsal bone. There was always a trace that could not be completely eliminated. This also led to a consequence that Yang Lan would suffer this kind of pain every day for at least a stick of incense, and then it could be slowly suppressed. Chapter 2149. Yang Chen didn't know what would happen to Yang Lan for the time being, but he was sure that he didn't have to worry about the curse. Those things all fell on Yang Lan's head. As for whether it would affect the other master who was monitoring Yang Lan, that was a matter that had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Madame Bai easily settled Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian. He didn't know what method she used, but the two girls followed Madame Bai obediently. They temporarily replaced the positions of Rose and Peony that Yang Chen was familiar with and became Madame Bai's personal maids. Madame Bai was very happy that she had completed her task. After encouraging Yang Chen, she took the two girls to the Devil Realm again. The higher the cultivation of the two girls, the better the effect of nurturing the hearts of the people in red clothes. Madame Bai would definitely pay attention to them. Elder Wu Xiong didn't have to face Madame Bai, so he no longer felt pressured. He chatted happily with Yang Chen. However, Elder Wu Xiong was still a little worried because Yang Chen had revealed so many top-quality spirit stones at the auction. There is a little problem, but for what Madame Bai wants, I can't care about anything else. Yang Chen told the truth. Madame Bai was present at the time. If she dealt with it according to Yang Chen's usual steady character, she would definitely not be satisfied. So, she simply fulfilled Madame Bai's wish. Then you have to be careful these days. Elder Wu Xiong didn't know Madame Bai's identity, but he knew that Yang Chen was trying to please her. So, he didn't say much and just told him to be careful. He also knew how fast Yang Chen's mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle was. As long as he could rush back to the sect in time, with the news released by the major sect and the means of Chunyang Palace, no one would dare to have any ideas about Yang Chen. Just when Elder Wu Xiong was still persuading him, Yang Chen sighed helplessly on this side. Some things really didn't need to be nagged about. Trouble had already come knocking on his door. The mysterious Sky Nether Sea Shuttle stopped in an instant. Before Wu Xiong could react, he saw 8 experts of the Dragon Clan suddenly rush out of the Dragon Palace. 6 of them were wrapped in a large mass of long red and green vines, like 6 fat multicolored cocoons. The one in the lead was Ao Lan. You guys don't have to make a move first. Ao Lan stopped Long Yuan and the other 5, allowing them to return to the Dragon Palace. They were not used to the dragon entanglement grass yet, so it was not suitable for them to make a move. Furthermore, Ao Lan was very clear on how strong the enemy they were facing this time was. If she was not a match for them, Long Yuan and the others would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Given Princess Ao Lan's status, Long Yuan and the others did not disobey her orders. They immediately returned to the Dragon Palace to continue. On the other hand, Ao Lai followed closely behind Ao Lan, looking anxiously in a certain direction. Enemy? Ao Lan asked Yang Chen, what is their background? Elder Wu Xiong still hadn't found any traces of the enemy. He was still shocked to see so many Dragon Clan experts. When he suddenly heard Ao Lan's question, he immediately reacted. There were enemies outside the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle. Elder Wu Xiong was currently only an earthly immortal. Furthermore, the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle did not belong to him. It was normal that he could not discover the enemy through the shuttle. However, Elder Wu Xiong did not undervalue himself. He only looked at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's arrangements. I'll go and take a look first. Yang Chen gestured for Elder Wu Xiong to take a seat. Then, he instantly vanished, exiting the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle. The scene outside was no longer the familiar spiritual world. Instead, it was a foreign world. The spiritual pressure here was much higher than in the spiritual world. In any case, just a casual breath would fill one's lungs with spiritual energy. Yang Chen could instantly determine that the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle had been suddenly sucked into a cave abode while it was flying. Based on the spiritual pressure of this cave abode, even if it was not tempered by the immortal world, it was at least tempered by an expert from the immortal world. Which senior from the Great Wilderness Sect is it? Junior greets you. Yang Chen was not nervous at all. He bowed towards the void. To be able to keep up with the speed of the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle and forcibly suck the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle into a cave abode while flying at such a high speed, the person's cultivation was definitely much higher than Yang Chen's. He had to be at least a Shen Immortal or above. A cave abode related to the immortal world clearly came from the immortal world. Yang Chen only knew of 3 people who met this condition. The only one who would do such a thing was probably the golden immortal expert from the Great Wilderness Sect, who had lost some face at the auction. Junior, you're quite smart. A familiar faint voice sounded. However, no one could be seen, which added an invisible pressure. But you're such a smart person. How could you make such a stupid mistake? Don't you know common sense not to flaunt your wealth? I have some cooperation with the Great Wilderness Sect. Senior, you won't make things difficult for me, right? Yang Chen did not answer this question. Instead, he directly pointed out his cooperation with the Great Wilderness Sect. In the face of a real golden immortal master from the lower realm of the immortal world, even if he could only bring his life source flying sword because of the lower realm, and had no other magic weapons, Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to provoke him face to face. There were 2 advantages to pointing out their relationship. Publicly, the sect still had to cooperate with Yang Chen. Privately, Yang Chen was a junior. If the Golden Immortal expert wanted to deal with Yang Chen, it would be a typical case of bullying a junior. A normal person would basically consider these two reasons and would not make things difficult for him. This would also achieve Yang Chen's goal. This Golden Immortal expert of the Great Wilderness sect did know about Yang Chen. After learning about Yang Chen's identity from the Samsara Valley, he specially consulted the elder who accompanied him and found out about Yang Chen. To be honest, what he knew the most about the Zhao family in the lower realm was only the Zhao family. A few days later, he heard about the auction of Hong Zhuang's jade heart and rushed over in a hurry. He didn't even know about the most popular alchemy master in the spiritual realm, which was why the scene at the auction house that made him lose face happened. If he had known about it in advance, he would definitely not have taken out the few 8 revolution pills that he had concocted in a short period of time to embarrass himself. This junior named Yang Chen was really too surprising. Although he had never directly faced the experts of the Zhao clan, his shadow could be seen in several crucial victories. To the sect, Yang Chen was also a very important partner. The elder of the Great Wilderness sect who accompanied him had clearly told him that Yang Chen was an important partner. If it was not necessary, it would be best for him not to do anything that would destroy the cooperation between the two parties. Such a calm warning clearly showed his dissatisfaction towards Yang Chen. Of course, the Golden Immortal expert would not care about such a small warning. He was an expert who had ascended to the immortal world a long time ago. He was the most senior and most qualified elder in the entire Great Wilderness sect in the spiritual realm. Even the elder had to kowtow to him and call him ancestor. Why would he care about the words of a small elder? Chapter 2150. Being in the Reincarnation Valley, he naturally had to take care of the Reincarnation Valley's reputation. After a brief meeting with the 2 experts from the Reincarnation Valley and Wuji Demon School, who were also from the Immortal Realm, to confirm the next step of the plan, the expert from the Great Wilderness sect and the elder who accompanied him set out on their way back. When the 3 of them met, the 2 experts from the Reincarnation Valley and Wuji Demon School also vaguely reminded him to deal with the Zhao family, and not to cause unnecessary trouble. Obviously, these 2 were also indirectly telling him not to cause trouble for Yang Chen. This Golden Immortal expert with the surname Feng was not a reckless person. He agreed on the spot, and everyone was happy. Seeing that he understood the big picture, everyone was very happy. After a grand reception in the Reincarnation Valley, everyone went home. The 2 experts from the Great Wilderness sect also directly set out on their way back to the Great Wilderness sect, going in the opposite direction from Yang Chen. On the way back, Elder Feng drank and chatted with the elder from the Great Wilderness sect every day, never leaving. Everything looked normal. At least no one in the spiritual realm knew that Elder Feng had a skill that no one else knew, the doppelganger technique. To put it bluntly, it was a simple method of controlling a puppet. It was just that this puppet was exactly the same as him, and even its aura was no different. The puppet was made by Elder Feng himself. Even in the immortal realm, very few people could distinguish between him and the puppet. The one drinking and chatting with the elder from the Great Wilderness sect was naturally the puppet. As for Elder Feng himself, he had directly gone invisible and chased after Yang Chen. After these days of rushing, he finally caught up with Yang Chen's mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle. During the process of chasing, Elder Feng could not help but admire the amazing speed of Yang Chen's flying magic treasure. He heard that when Yang Chen was in the foundation establishment stage in the mortal world, he relied on this magic treasure to escape from a late Great Ascension stage expert. At first, Elder Feng did not believe it, but now that he was chasing, he finally understood that the rumors were not false. Of course, the harder it was to chase, the happier Elder Feng was. This showed that Yang Chen's shuttle was better, and the good things would soon not belong to Yang Chen, but to Elder Feng. After making Elder Feng lose so much face, he still wanted to escape unscathed. How could there be such a good thing? No one in the immortal world dared to provoke him like this, let alone a junior at the Earth Immortal realm in the spiritual world. Even if he had the support of a masked Shen immortal expert, he still had to die. As for the merit ring on Yang Chen's hand, when he was in the auction house, he had scared away his spiritual awareness exploration. But later on, he also understood that since the other party had flashed the merit ring, he must have already guessed his origins. Such an important matter couldn't be easily known by an earthly immortal realm junior. Moreover, this guy wasn't a member of any major sect, and the immortal world didn't have the support of Chunyang Palace. It was fine to kill him, as long as no one knew about it. Finally, after much difficulty, he managed to catch up with Yang Chen's shuttle. Relying on the sect's immortal abode that he had hurriedly refined, Elder Feng easily took Yang Chen and his Dharma treasure into the immortal abode. This time, only Elder Feng knew what happened in the immortal abode. Elder Feng's calculations were very good. There were no cultivators passing through this area, and the immortal abode that he had refined could not be discovered by the cultivators in the spiritual world. This also meant that Yang Chen had disappeared quietly and would never appear again. When he thought of the scene of him being booed by so many people at the auction house, Elder Feng couldn't help but want to kill him. Especially when he thought of the large amount of spirit stones that Yang Chen had taken out, coupled with the fact that he had seen the Dragon Clan's shuttle, he was even more determined to get rid of Yang Chen. Isn't it a little too late to remember the relationship between you and my great wilderness sect now? Elder Feng sneered and slowly revealed himself. His prey had already been locked in a cage, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill it. He wanted to play with it first. Please forgive this junior for offending you. Yang Chen's attitude was very humble, and he spoke with assurance and composure in front of Elder Feng. Of course, Elder Feng was a senior, so Yang Chen had to give him some face. Things that could be resolved through negotiation, especially when facing a golden immortal expert, it was better not to make a move. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Yang Chen understood the situation very well, at least in Elder Feng's eyes. If this was before the auction, Elder Feng could swear that he would definitely like this kid who knew how to respect his superiors. Unfortunately, time couldn't be turned back. Therefore, there was only one ending for this lovable kid. Senior is doing something big, so I guess you wouldn't be bothered to spend any effort on this junior. Elder Feng didn't say anything, but looked at Yang Chen with a teasing smile. Yang Chen sighed in his heart, but still reminded him indirectly, besides, I guess Senior doesn't want to disrupt our cooperation. Cooperation? You think you are worthy? You want to cooperate with my great wilderness sect with just a few pills that anyone could concoct? You are overestimating yourself. Elder Feng sneered and scolded. Suddenly, the image of the 6 Revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill concocted by Yang Chen appeared in his mind. Just by looking at that pill, this kid's future in pill concoction would be limitless. At this moment, Elder Feng finally understood why he wanted to kill this kid. It was because of those pills. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. Since Yang Chen was so good at pill concoction, it made him, a pill concoction master in the immortal world, seem to be mediocre. This was pure jealousy, and at the same time, he had the intention to kill his future hope. However, Elder Feng didn't feel that what he did was wrong. The world of cultivators was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. So what if everyone cooperated? All the big sect claimed to cooperate with each other, but it wasn't the first or second time that they would secretly assassinate each other's genius disciples. Didn't they still cooperate with each other? This was the current situation of cultivators. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame this kid for being blind and bumping into him. Don't worry, no one will know where you went, and no one will suspect me. Elder Feng said to Yang Chen complacently, I should still be drinking with the elders of my sect. It's about time we arrived at the sect. There will be many people who can prove that I have never spent any thoughts on you. You are indeed skilled in pill concoction. I admire you for this. Elder Feng still used that faint voice to sentence Yang Chen to death. Out of respect, I will let you go a little faster. Do you have any last words? Only one. Yang Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he said loudly, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You want to kill me, so I will accept this karma. Chapter 2151. Elder Feng from the Great Wilderness Sect doesn't seem to be such an open-minded person. Almost at the same time, 2 people from Wuji Demon School were talking. The one who spoke was Elder Chen, who accompanied the master from the mortal world. I agree. The master of Limitless Demon Sect, whose surname was Shu, was leisurely sitting beside the table. Without using chopsticks, he picked up a thin slice of meat with his fingers and put it into his mouth. Then, he crossed his legs and said slowly. Because he was still chewing, his voice was very vague. Then, in your opinion, will he cause trouble for Master Yang after this? Elder Chen asked with a hint of worry in his voice. With the identity of Master Shu from Wuji Demon School, it was too easy for him to know the identity of the buyer who bought Hong Zhuang's heart at that time. As long as he asked, Samsara Valley would never hide it. Elder Feng from the Great Wilderness Sect also got the news. In fact, they both knew the identity of Yang Chen at the same time. It's very likely. Master Shu grabbed a rabbit leg in his hand and chewed it with relish. After chewing for a long time and swallowing, he said indifferently, maybe he has already left. This. Elder Chen was still relatively close to Yang Chen. When he heard the words, he immediately frowned. The big bullies the small, and including our sect, all the major sects have sworn to protect the peace of the Pure Yang Palace for thousands of years. Elder Feng's actions, isn't it breaking the rules? No. Master Shu didn't seem to care about Yang Chen at all. Of course, he really didn't have a reason to care about Yang Chen. Killing Yang Chen and protecting Chunyang Palace at the same time is not contradictory, is it? Strictly speaking, it didn't violate those oaths. Even if Yang Chen died, as long as the sect kept Chunyang Palace safe, they would still keep their promises. After all, Yang Chen was just a cultivator, not the whole Chunyang Palace. Grandmaster Shu. Elder Chen deliberated over his words, thinking about how to move this carefree Grandmaster Shu. Master Yang has a deep relationship with our sect. One of his disciples is the son of our sect's leader in the mortal world. Whether it's in the mortal world or in the spiritual realm, we've worked very happily together. Do you think it's appropriate to extend a helping hand? Help! Grandmaster Shu put down the bone in his hand that had been chewed clean and reached out to bring a plate of roasted suckling pig that was a little further in front of him. He picked up the pig's head and took a bite before asking, "How can I help you? Didn't that Elder Feng want to harm Master Yang?" Elder Chen smiled along. He had no way of dealing with this Grandmaster Shu who was feigning ignorance. He could only make things clear. Why don't Grandmaster Shu go through the trouble and save him? Save people? Grandmaster Shu shook his head like a rattledrum. No, how would I dare? Elder Chen was astonished. What kind of powerhouse did the Great Wilderness School send down this time? How could the Grand Master Shu of his sect not even dare to attack? In his astonishment, he had already asked the question. Him? Grandmaster Shu stopped tearing off the pig's trotter. After thinking for a while, he said, I reckon he's about the same as me. There's nothing remarkable about him. Since the other party's identity was nothing remarkable, it was most likely that someone had something on Grandmaster Shu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Elder Chen smiled bitterly. What were the higher-ups thinking this time? Why did they send a Grandmaster who had something on him? Wasn't this just delaying things? Moreover, wouldn't he be controlled by the Great Wilderness School in the future? If that was the case, Master Yang would probably be in trouble this time around. However, Elder Chen still held on to a glimmer of hope. He hoped that the spiritual realm elder from the Great Wilderness School would know what was good for him and that it would be best if he could persuade Master Yang. If the other big sects were to find out that Elder Feng from the Great Wilderness School killed Master Yang, I'm afraid the Dao sect wouldn't let it go. When Elder Chen said this, he was also holding on to another hope. If Elder Feng was intimidated by the Dao sect's pressure and let Yang Chen go, it would also be a chance for Yang Chen to survive. If he insists on taking action, do you think that Junior from the Great Wilderness School will be able to persuade him? Grandmaster Shu's words directly extinguished Elder Chen's last glimmer of hope. Or will he be discovered and spread the news when he takes action? Grandmaster, Master Yang's alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world. He has always worked well with our sect. Elder Chen still wanted to make one last effort. Moreover, he brought a lot of dwelling divine jade from the mortal world and saved many experts in the sect. You can't just leave them to die. Look at what you're saying. Even if I want to save them, who knows where they are now? Grandmaster Shu looked at Elder Chen, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, moreover, Even if I know where they are, do you think I would dare to save them? It seemed that martial ancestor Shu's weakness was not an ordinary one. After Elder Chen laughed bitterly in his heart, he still clenched his teeth and decided to use a provocative method. Perhaps he could make martial ancestor Shu fly into a rage out of humiliation and save him. Grandmaster, are you afraid of that elder foam? Elder Chen pretended to be curious and asked. If it's really inconvenient for you, then forget it. At most, our Wuji Demon School will act according to the Great Wilderness School's wishes in the future. Sigh. After saying that, he did not forget to let out a long sigh, which was indescribably bleak. I'm afraid of that elder foam. As expected, Grandmaster Shu fell into the trap and directly slammed the table. Are you kidding me? That kind of trash is worthy of making me afraid. Then, Grandmaster, why don't you dare to save them? Elder Chen was overjoyed in his heart, but he pretended to be innocent and asked. Wait. Martial ancestor Shu wiped his oily mouth and said to Elder Chen in a serious manner, have we misunderstood something? Misunderstanding? No. Elder Chen imitated Grandmaster Shu and spread his hands. Who do you want me to save? Grandmaster Shu asked very seriously. The Chunyang Palace's Yang Chen, Master Yang. Elder Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. What misunderstanding could there be? A golden immortal expert from the lower realm of the immortal realm went to kill an earth immortal cultivator. Was there a need to ask who to save? What misunderstanding could there be? I knew it. Grandmaster Shu slapped his thigh. I thought you wanted me to save that elder foam. I'm not related to him, and he's a poor wretch. Why would I take the risk to save him? Elder Chen was about to collapse. He had never seen such an unreliable grandmaster. A golden immortal expert went to kill an earth immortal cultivator, and he actually misunderstood it as saving that golden immortal expert. Wasn't the hole in his brain a little too big? Wait. Elder Chen suddenly reacted. What did Grandmaster Shu just say? Not daring to save him, not worth the risk. What was going on? Could it be that the one in danger was not Master Yang, but the golden immortal expert from the lower realm of the immortal realm, Elder Foam? Grandmaster, you're not joking, right? How could this be? Elder Chen almost wanted to shout in his heart. Chapter 2152. Grandmaster Yang is actually this powerful? Elder Chen finally shouted out his guess. That's right, he shouted. His voice spread throughout the flying magic treasure they were in. He can't. Ancestor Shu shook his head. He's just an Earth Immortal Junior. How powerful can he be? That foam guy can kill him with one finger. Will Master Yang be in danger? Hearing that Yang Chen wasn't Elder Foam's match, Elder Chen started to worry again. From this point, the higher-ups of Wuji Demon School were very optimistic about their cooperation with Yang Chen and supported it in many ways. No, as long as he's with that person, he'll be fine. Ancestor Shu shook his head and picked up the half-eaten suckling pig. You scared me. I thought you liked that foam guy. Which person? Elder Chen relaxed when he heard that Yang Chen wouldn't be in danger. He was just curious. What kind of earth-shattering figure could make Ancestor Shu say he didn't dare? She's the veiled woman beside Grandmaster Yang that you mentioned. Ancestor Shu didn't hide it and told him the answer. Seeing that Elder Chen was still confused, he explained, I forgot you couldn't see it. During the auction, there were two people next to Yang Chen. One was an Earth Immortal male. I heard he was the manager of one of their buildings. Wanbao Tower. Elder Chen continued, he's an elder from Chunyang Palace. His surname is Wu. Yes, the manager of Wanbao Tower. Ancestor Shu nodded and continued, the other was that woman. Her face was covered with a white veil. She's probably a Xian immortal. Who is she? Elder Chen didn't see the situation in the room and didn't know the specifics. He could only ask Ancestor Shu. I don't know. Ancestor Shu's answer was very irresponsible. She's masked. How would I know her identity? Elder Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this Ancestor Shu. He could forcibly use his divine senses to penetrate the Samsara Valley box that was said to block divine senses, but he couldn't use his divine senses to investigate the face under the veil. Wasn't this a joke? You think I'm joking? Grandmaster Shu looked at Elder Chen and knew what he was thinking. He laughed and scolded, "Do you think I don't want to know her identity? If I knew, do you think I would let go of the opportunity? Her veil is an incredible magic treasure, I can't see through it at all." This surprised Elder Chen. To be honest, a magic treasure that could block off the spiritual sense of a true golden immortal expert was definitely an incredible item. "Although I don't know her identity, I recognize the veil." Grandmaster Shu was also interested in talking, unlike the beginning when he only said a few simple words. "That veil can only be removed by two people. One is the woman wearing the veil, and the other, an expert in the refinement of the veil." Elder Chen promptly followed up and voiced out his own judgment. "You're not stupid." Ancestor Shu glanced sideways at Elder Chen and praised. However, this praise made Elder Chen speechless for a while. "I really don't know this woman's identity, but I can see through the technique used to refine that veil." Ancestor Shu spoke excitedly and couldn't help but boast, "It's not that I'm bragging, but in terms of alchemy, I'm not as good as that Grandmaster Yang or that Elder Feng. But in terms of blacksmithing, the two of them combined are not my match. This old man relies on this pair of eyes to survive in the immortal world. No matter what kind of blacksmithing technique, it can't be hidden from this old man." "Then who refined this veil?" Elder Chen was really curious to know the answer, so he waited expectantly for Ancestor Shu to tell him. "I can't say." It was rare that when Ancestor Shu said this, he actually shivered for no reason. His face revealed a horrified expression. "I don't dare to say." When he spoke, his gaze was filled with reverence. He glanced at Elder Chen, who was stunned by his words, and added, "It's a blessing that you don't know. Knowing too much won't end well." To be able to scare Ancestor Shu to this extent, Elder Chen wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. He definitely didn't dare to let him know. This was Grandmaster Shu's way of protecting him, not because he did not trust him. It's his blessing that the one surnamed Feng doesn't make a move. If he dares to make a move, he will definitely die without a burial place. Ancestor Shu didn't have a good impression of the one surnamed Feng at this moment. If he's smart, he'll do what he needs to do honestly. If he has other thoughts, then he can forget about it in the future. Elder Chen naturally understood what this meant. If the one surnamed Feng dared to make a move on Yang Chen, only death awaited him. However, when did Grandmaster Yang Chen find such a big backer? If this was the case, there was a need to curry favor with Grandmaster Yang in the future. This was in line with the sect's interests. "Don't have crooked ideas." Ancestor Shu directly reminded them. "If we could, we wouldn't need you guys. I would have gone over to put in a good word. We wouldn't dare. If that person found out that we used Yang Chen to have ideas on that woman, we wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." As he spoke, Ancestor Shu drew a line on the side of his neck, indicating that this was a deal that would cost him his head. Yang Chen is doing his best to curry favor with that woman. Ancestor Shu finally gave a positive evaluation of Yang Chen for once. "According to what you said, he's so smart, how could he not know the common sense of not showing off his wealth? Isn't it because he's afraid that woman will flip out on the spot?" Elder Chen thought about it and agreed. When did Grandmaster Yang not take advantage of them when he interacted with them? He even got a good reputation. How could such a smart person do such an irrational thing? There must be a reason. The woman that Ancestor Shu mentioned should be the reason. Now, Elder Chen was a bit envious of Grandmaster Yang. Why did he always encounter good things? Not only was his alchemy outstanding, his luck was also extraordinarily good. Why couldn't other people find the dwelling divine jade? Why couldn't other people encounter such an important person who was worth doing their best to curry favor with? Why did Yang Chen have to encounter such a person? All of a sudden, Elder Chen really hoped that Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness Sect would go find trouble with Yang Chen. It would be best if he went to find him immediately in a fit of rage. If that happened, the person with the surname Feng would definitely fall in the hands of that mysterious woman. Then, the Great Wilderness Sect would lose its experts from the immortal world. It could only obediently follow behind everyone and completely become the vassals of the other big sects. No matter when, Seeing the decline of a sect that used to be on par with their own sect was a delightful thing. This wasn't a conspiracy of Wuji demon school. It was purely the Great Wilderness sect's own fault. However, according to Elder Chen's judgment, they probably wouldn't have the chance to turn back. Based on Elder Chen's judgment, they probably wouldn't have the chance to turn back. Chapter 2153. Shameless Boasting. When Young Chen said the classic mantra, Elder Feng snorted coldly and snorted, "Do you really think that you are an executioner who controls the life and death of others? Actually, I have to thank you." In Young Chen's hand, there was already a shadow of Xiao Tian biting the immortal beheading blade. He ignored Elder Feng's disdain and said slowly, "Thank me for what?" Elder Feng was curious and asked. This junior wouldn't be scared silly, right? Even when he was about to die, he still had to thank me. Even if he wanted to die, he wouldn't have such a thought, right? Thank you for choosing such a good place. Yang Chen's face also showed a smile. No one knows, and it won't attract other people's attention. You're welcome. Elder Feng understood Yang Chen's words, but he still felt that this junior was too arrogant and overestimated himself. Master Yang, you have a reputation. No matter what, I have to choose a good place for you. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Elder Feng wouldn't allow Yang Chen to live, whether it was because he lost his face or because of Yang Chen's wealth, he wouldn't allow him to stop at this time. And Yang Chen also said that every grievance had a perpetrator, and every debt had a debtor. Once he accepted this cause and effect, he would never stop. Moreover, even if Yang Chen stopped, Elder Feng might not be grateful. Between the two of them, only one of them would live, and the other would die. Elder Feng hadn't seen such a junior who overestimated himself for a long time. An Earth Immortal junior also wanted to challenge the dignity of a Golden Immortal Master. He really didn't know if this guy had listened to too many compliments and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or he was just obsessed with alchemy and didn't know the ferocity of the fight between cultivators. But no matter what, he was dead. The two almost made a move at the same time. Yang Chen swung the immortal beheading blade and flew towards Elder Feng. At the same time, Elder Feng also held his flying sword and went forward. An Earth Immortal Junior dared to bare his fangs in front of him. Elder Feng didn't even use his flying sword to kill him from a distance, but chose to fight him in close combat. No matter what, he had to teach Yang Chen an unforgettable lesson. He had to let him know that the dignity of a Golden Immortal expert couldn't be challenged. He had to let him know that even in close combat, he was no match for him. Wouldn't it be a pity to play such a fun toy to death? The immortal beheading saber and the flying sword collided heavily. Elder Feng's face revealed a long-awaited smile, as if he was about to see the result he had anticipated. However, this expression only lasted for a moment before it turned into a look of shock. Hong, after a loud sound, the two figures shot out in two different directions like two cannonballs. As Yang Chen flew backwards, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over the ground. A Golden Immortal expert was indeed a Golden Immortal expert. He was far from being comparable to those fake Golden Immortals in the spiritual realm who had yet to pass the profound immortal tribulation. The powerful spiritual power counterattack, even if Yang Chen had the golden body secret art to protect his body and the golden bell to protect his body, he had borne most of the counterattack power, but only the remaining little bit. Yang Chen could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the golden body incantation in Yang Chen's body also contained the great yin-yang 5 elements formation. Coupled with the heavenly spirit treasure refining technique and the earth fiend sacrificial formation technique, the spiritual power that filled his lungs was quickly dispersed and dissipated. He only had to pay the price of a mouthful of blood to withstand Elder Feng's attack. Elder Feng was originally very relaxed. He only used 30% of his spiritual power to attack. He wanted to see Yang Chen being shocked by his own spiritual power and bleeding from his 7 orifices. But when the weapons of the two sides came into contact, Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade fiercely passed a powerful force. This force was so powerful that Elder Feng had to urgently mobilize his spiritual power to 70%, which was barely enough to deal with it. However, even so, Elder Feng's body had already involuntarily soared into the air when he withstood Yang Chen's saber. The force was so strong that he was sent flying by the saber. No matter how he tried to control his body, he could not stop the force from flying backward. Only when all the force was removed did he stand far away, safe and sound. If one were to compare the distance that both parties retreated, there was not much difference. In other words, in this round of slashes, the distance that Yang Chen retreated was not inferior to the golden immortal Elder Feng at all. It was just that he spat out a mouthful of blood more than Elder Feng. When Yang Chen landed, there was already an elixir in his hand. He quickly swallowed it and suppressed the surging blood qi. The merit elixir that Yang Chen refined himself had amazing medicinal effects. It only took a moment for him to recover to his original state. Elder Feng could not believe his own eyes. He had used 70% of his power and the other party only spat out a mouthful of blood. How was this possible? Even a heaven immortal expert would not be able to withstand an attack with 70% of his power, let alone a small earth immortal junior. Looking at the weapon in Yang Chen's hand, there was not even a small nick on it. The material and refinement of the spiritual world could actually withstand the natal flying sword that he had refined for tens of thousands of years in the immortal world and come out unscathed. Was there something wrong with his eyes, or had the world changed? However, at this moment, Elder Feng could no longer care about the mystery. The two fire dragons that suddenly appeared beside him posed a great threat to him. Elder Feng himself was a fire cultivator, otherwise, he would not have become a grade 8 elixir master. He was not unfamiliar with fire, but he had never seen these two fire dragons in front of him. Not only that, the two fire dragons contained terrifying power. Even Elder Feng had to be careful when dealing with them. In an instant, Elder Feng released his natal true fire to keep the two fire dragons at bay. Fighting fire with fire was the most correct method. No matter how powerful the other party was, as long as they could not break through his fire seed, then everything would be useless. However, the fire dragon's attack was only a part of it. From another direction, a clump of black mist and a clump of black water that looked extremely poisonous were attacking Elder Feng. Even with his golden immortal cultivation base, Elder Feng was still flustered by these attacks. Yang Chen had already swung his immortal slaying saber and pounced forward. While Elder Feng was dealing with the black fog and black liquid, he suddenly realized a terrifying fact. His own fire seed was being devoured. How was this possible? Elder Feng had lost count of the number of times he had exclaimed in surprise. The two fire dragons were clearly illusory. They were just the shapes of two fire seeds. How could they devour his fire seed? How could this go on? As for Yang Chen, although he was strong, he might not be able to hurt Elder Feng. Looking at the figure of Yang Chen pouncing towards him, Elder Feng had a thought. The natal flying sword flew towards Yang Chen as though it had come to life. Elder Feng did not believe that no matter how powerful Yang Chen's protective Dharma treasure was, he could withstand a few attacks from his natal flying sword. Chapter 2154. Just as he expected, Elder Feng's natal flying sword cut through Yang Chen's body and stopped. It was not that Elder Feng wanted the flying sword to stop, but Yang Chen had already grabbed the flying sword. The powerful force forced the flying sword to stop. Being held in Yang Chen's hand, the flying sword was still trembling and struggling, but it could not escape from Yang Chen's control. The flying sword was indeed sharp and could cut through Yang Chen's body, but it was only limited to the skin on his hand. It did not even cut through his muscles. It must be said that the natal flying sword of a golden immortal expert was indeed powerful. Even with Yang Chen's current strength, he was still unable to damage the flying sword. He only bent it a little, but it did not affect the flying sword's function at all. Such a powerful flying sword, but Yang Chen was not surprised at all. If the natal flying sword of a golden immortal expert was so easily damaged, then the many heavenly tribulations that he had gone through would have been a waste. However, controlling Elder Feng's natal flying sword was only Yang Chen's goal. If he really wanted to destroy it, he would have to use the immortal beheading saber. Now that the immortal beheading saber was fused with the black bracelet's material, it was extremely hard and heavy. In addition, it was fused with the entrance of the immortal beheading platform, which had the ability to cut through space. It was the most powerful weapon to deal with this guy's natal flying sword. Holding onto Elder Feng's natal flying sword with his left hand, Yang Chen raised the immortal beheading saber with his right hand and slashed at the edge of the flying sword. Dang dang dang, a few consecutive slashes, all hitting the same spot. A small nick was about to appear on the natal flying sword. Elder Feng had never seen such a shameless move from Yang Chen. On one hand, he used the fire dragon, black fog, and black water to entangle him. On the other hand, he grabbed his natal flying sword with his bare hands. Relying on the sturdiness of his natal flying sword, he slashed with all his might. Which sex expert would use such a move? However, it didn't matter if a move was a scoundrel or not. As long as it worked, it was fine. Although the natal flying sword had not been chipped, it had directly affected Elder Feng. If this went on without any improvement, Elder Feng's vitality would be greatly damaged if his natal flying sword were to be destroyed. Having his natal flying sword forcefully broken by an earthly immortal junior was definitely not a good reputation. Even if they killed Yang Chen in the end, they wouldn't be able to make up for this huge loss. Only the heavens knew what material this junior used to refine his broadsword. He was actually able to gain the upper hand in a head-on clash of blades. A bona fide golden immortal expert actually allowed this junior to gain the upper hand due to a moment of carelessness. Then, Elder Feng chased after him relentlessly. Elder Feng had not been in such a sorry state for many years already. The fellow who put him in such a sorry state previously was already a skeleton in a grave. This time, Yang Chen was dead for sure. Even the Heavenly Emperor would not be able to save him. The golden immortal expert who got serious easily shook off the black fog and black water. However, the two fire dragons were somewhat troublesome. They could not be chased away and were still slowly swallowing up his natal true flame. Elder Feng wondered how this fellow refined them. No wonder his pill refinement skills were so high. Just the aspect of controlling fire was already not that simple. However, just as Elder Feng was about to seriously deal with Yang Chen, he took one step forward and had no choice but to stop. The image of a dragon appeared behind Yang Chen. That was Aolan's figure. A peak golden immortal dragon race expert. Elder Feng finally understood where Yang Chen's confidence came from. From the elder who accompanied him, Elder Feng knew that Yang Chen had a deep relationship with the dragon race. Now, he finally saw proof. A dragon race expert supporting Yang Chen. If it were Elder Feng, he would also dare to be unparalleled in arrogance. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful you are, you have not cleared the profound immortal tribulation. Elder Feng simply stopped controlling his natal flying sword, letting Yang Chen do as he pleased. As long as Elder Feng's spiritual energy could last, Yang Chen had not been able to do anything to the flying sword after so long. No matter how hard he tried, it would be pointless. It was better for Elder Feng to focus on dealing with this peak golden immortal dragon race expert. You will never know how big the gap is between the two. So what if Aolan is a dragon race expert? Elder Feng was confident of suppressing Aolan within 1,000 moves and killing her in another 1,000 moves. He had cleared 2 more heavenly tribulations than Aolan. That difference was not small. If Aolan continued to be so careless, Elder Feng would probably be able to kill her in less than 2,000 moves. Just as Elder Feng was about to make a move, he suddenly stopped. In another direction, a silly-looking fellow appeared, hugging a small toy and playing happily. It was Lin Zhengyuan. That silly-looking fellow looked harmless. However, Elder Feng had to focus all his attention on dealing with him. Others might not be able to tell, but with one look, Elder Feng knew that this was also a golden immortal expert. Furthermore, like him, Aolan was also a tribulation-passing expert. Where did this junior, Yang Chen, find so many golden immortal experts? Elder Feng suddenly felt some regret. Why did I look for this fellow? Facing 2 golden immortal experts at the same time, with his own life source flying sword being controlled by Yang Chen, this was not a fun thing. However, today was destined to be a disaster for Elder Feng. Before Aolan and Lin Zhengyuan could make a move, another dragon appeared in another direction. Given Elder Feng's eyesight, he could immediately tell that it was just a dragon puppet. However, even if it was just a puppet, it was a golden immortal puppet. If 3 golden immortal experts surrounded it, it would probably take a lot of effort. Elder Feng turned serious, carefully observing the weaknesses of the 3 opponents' encirclement. As for Yang Chen, could he be considered an opponent? Lin Zhengyuan was a tribulation-passing expert. Although he looked silly-looking, it would be very troublesome to make a move. Ao Lan was a peak golden immortal. Although she had not undergone her tribulation, her cultivation was there. The easiest to deal with was the dragon puppet. Firstly, it had not undergone its tribulation. Secondly, it was only a peak golden immortal. Thirdly, it was just a puppet that needed to be controlled by someone. It should be the weakest. Elder Feng was an expert at controlling puppets. No one knew that his true natal magic treasure was the puppet that looked exactly like him. Right now, what Yang Chen was controlling was only the puppet's natal flying sword. Even if the flying sword was damaged, it would not affect him. To think that he thought that his plan worked, so he continued to smash the puppet with all his might. After discovering the weakest dragon puppet, Elder Feng did not say anything and immediately made a move. In a battle between cultivators, Elder Feng was more experienced than anyone here. Seizing the upper hand first was the most important thing. The moment Elder Feng made a move, Ao Lan, Lin Zhengyuan, and the other dragon puppets all moved as well. However, the first attack to arrive was not from the 3 of them. Instead, it was a black fog that was several times denser than when Yang Chen was fighting earlier. It suddenly appeared out of nowhere and charged at Elder Feng. Within the black fog, there was an extremely small and inconspicuous sword chi. It pierced towards Elder Feng. Chapter 2155. The black fog that suddenly appeared was the authentic demonic chi of the demonic world. Although it could not deal any damage to the golden immortal Elder Feng, it could still cause him some trouble. Elder Feng had to defend against the attacks of the 3 golden immortals, so he did not pay much attention to the black fog. He thought that the black fog would at most be like what he did to Yang Chen earlier, easily dealt with. Even if it looked denser, so what? In fact, it was as Elder Feng expected. The black fog only caused him some trouble. When his spiritual sense touched it, he would feel somewhat dazed. Then, he would have a lot of chaotic thoughts. If it were a cultivator in the mortal world, this would be a fatal attack. However, to a golden immortal of the immortal world, it only made him relive the fear of a heart demon when he was young. The main point was the encirclement of the 3 golden immortals. Boom! The dragon puppet and Elder Feng exchanged a move. Indeed, it was as Elder Feng expected. With just his full power move, the dragon puppet was sent flying far away. Many of its scales also fell off. With just 2 or 3 more moves, he would be able to severely injure the dragon puppet. Fortunately, it was just a puppet. Otherwise, that earlier move would have left it in pain for a long time. However, even so, the cultivator controlling the dragon puppet would not have it easy. However, while the dragon puppet was injured, Ao Lan seemed to be even more injured, pouncing over frantically. Elder Feng did not know what the dragon puppet meant to Ao Lan. That was the physical body of a reborn fire dragon. How could it allow him to injure it like that? When the enraged Ao Lan went berserk, even Elder Feng had to deal with him carefully. Furthermore, there was Lin Zhengyuan attacking at the same time. Elder Feng had to deal with the attacks of 2 golden immortals at the same time. As long as any one of them revealed a slight opening, it would be sufficient for Elder Feng to find an opportunity to deal with it. Elder Feng, who was dealing with the golden immortal experts with all his might, did not notice that there was a thin strand of sword chi in the black fog earlier. When spiritual sense came into contact with the black fog, it would produce negative emotions. Hence, Elder Feng cleverly shielded the black fog from his body and did not use his spiritual sense to probe it. When the sword chi reached his body, he discovered it. Elder Feng admired this kind of coordinated attack. If the target was not him, he would be very happy to comment on this continuous chain of attacks. However, he didn't have the mood to do that now, and it was more important to deal with the sword chi first. In Elder Feng's mind, a mere sword chi, even if it was released by a golden immortal expert, might not be able to break through his body that had been tempered by the profound immortal tribulation. However, when the sword chi pierced through his skin, burrowed into his body and penetrated his organs, he realized that he had underestimated the sword chi. Of course, the sword chi could only go so far. This was a supreme pure yang sword chi unleashed by Shashanshan with all her strength. She used the pure yang immortal sword to unleash the sword chi, and it worked. A needle-sized wound was left on Elder Feng's body, and there was even a little blood seeping out of the wound. It looked inconspicuous, but Elder Feng knew that his internal organs were injured. Relying on his valiant strength, Elder Feng managed to block the sword chi before it could advance further. Then, he forcefully dispersed the sword chi. Even so, his internal organs were slightly pierced. Although it wasn't fatal and wouldn't affect him too much, he was still injured. He was a dignified golden immortal expert from the lower realm of the immortal world, but he was actually injured by a few minor experts from the spiritual realm. If this could be tolerated, what could not? Elder Feng went crazy on the spot and roared angrily. His surging spiritual power was no longer restricted by the spiritual realm and started to circulate wildly. Boom, it was like a huge bomb had exploded. With Elder Feng as the center, an incomparably huge circular pit was blasted out. The terrifying explosion pushed Ao Lan, Lin Zhengyuan, and the dragon puppet far away. The enraged Elder Feng finally exploded with the terrifying combat power of an expert from the immortal world. The only thing that was not under Elder Feng's control was the flying sword in Yang Chen's hands, which was known as his natal flying sword. That was the natal flying sword of his puppet. The puppet was exactly the same as him. Hence, when he used this flying sword, no one would suspect that it was not his natal flying sword. Even though Yang Chen used the control of an expert from the immortal world, the flying sword was still firmly grasped in Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen could not destroy the flying sword for now, but the flying sword could not return to Elder Feng's hands either. Dang! 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 A series of sounds of the immortal beheading saber smashing on the flying sword rang out. Because the immortal beheading saber had just merged with the black bracelet, the sharpness of the immortal beheading saber had been affected. Hence, even after such a long time, Yang Chen still had not managed to damage the flying sword. However, the continuous smashes had already left some marks on the flying sword. Elder Feng had never suffered such humiliation before. His figure moved, wanting to charge at Yang Chen. Before he arrived, he had already punched out. With a full power strike, no matter how strong Yang Chen's protective Dharma treasure was, his body would explode and he would die. Suddenly, a small snow-white fist appeared in front of Elder Feng's fist. Gong Xuanling's face also appeared. The two fists clashed. Instantly, a series of continuous sounds of fists clashing rang out. In that instant, Elder Feng had punched every single one of the tens of billions of living beings in the Mountain River geographical map. Even though Elder Feng was strong as a golden immortal, after he split the force of tens of billions of punches, he no longer had any destructive power. None of the living beings in the Mountain River geographical map died from the clash of fists. Boom! In the final instant, a cave abode 500 kilometers wide suddenly appeared. Elder Feng punched it head-on. That cave abode endured the last of Elder Feng's strength and exploded into pieces, leaving nothing more than the size of a fist behind. Amid the intense explosion, the fragments of the cave abode covered a radius of several thousand kilometers. That was not all. Immediately after that, another cave abode appeared. Elder Feng's temper flared up. Without saying anything, he punched again. However, a third cave abode appeared right after that. It was like this was testing Elder Feng's patience. I want to see exactly how many caves you have that can withstand my attacks. Elder Feng did not believe it. Now that he was in his strongest state, he did not care about any experts of the spiritual realm. Ao Lan and Lin Zhengyuan could only delay him at best. They were far from being able to injure him. It will be enough to tire you to death. Gong Xuanling's delicate voice rang out. However, it was a tit-for-tat. She did not fear him at all just because he was a golden immortal expert. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, in just a short while, no less than 10 cave abodes with a radius of 500 kilometers had been destroyed by Elder Feng. The fragments of the various caves were scattered in every corner of the cave abode they were in. Ao Lan, Lin Zhengyuan, and the dragon puppets surrounded Elder Feng again. Similarly, they used their strongest power and attacked frantically. Chapter 2156. Very soon, Elder Feng realized that the three golden immortal experts didn't even want to fight him head-on. They were mainly trying to hold him back. What was the point of that? In front of an expert who wanted to kill them, what was the point of resisting with all their might? But at the next moment, Elder Feng realized what they were trying to do. He didn't know which one of them was actually refining the cave abode that they were currently in. Was there anything more comical than this? Elder Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? In an intense battle, not only did they not use their full strength to deal with the enemy, they even wanted to refine the cave abode. Even if they were courting death, they wouldn't do it this way. This was clearly a huge disrespect to their opponent. Didn't they know that even if they refined the cave abode, they wouldn't be able to escape death? In the end, wouldn't the cave abode still belong to them? However, from the performance of these cultivators so far, every one of them had something that could make one go crazy. Even if it was just something from the spiritual world, it was enough to tempt Elder Feng. When descending from the immortal world, one could only bring along their natal flying sword. But if they were to ascend, they could bring along many good things. The good mood that was brought about by the wealth within his reach was instantly destroyed. Elder Feng realized that he was really in trouble now. A portion of his natal true fire was actually slowly devoured by the two fire dragons that couldn't be dispelled. Now, there was a huge gap. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that there was an invisible fire seed released by a fire dragon that was slowly invading his divine sense. In his sea of consciousness, there was already a kind of invisible scorching heat that he did not know when it happened. And this heat was still deepening. Because of the influence of the fire, the invasion of the black fog that he had been neglecting was also intensifying. His mind was filled with distracting thoughts. If this carried on, it would probably affect his battle. At the same time, Elder Feng was shocked to discover that a portion of the cave abode that he had just started refining had already been refined by his opponent. In such a short period of time, a small portion of the cave abode had already become the opponent's possession. If this continued, he was afraid that he would have to expend a lot of energy just to fight for this cave abode. Taking care of the cave abode during a battle wasn't something that an expert should do. But Elder Feng instinctively felt that there must be some sort of conspiracy. These golden immortal experts weren't fools. They wouldn't do something so meaningless. Suddenly, Elder Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was as if something especially pitiful had happened. As if sensing something, he looked in Yang Chen's direction. The struggling flying sword held in Yang Chen's hand, under Yang Chen's full strength, although it was not cut, it was bent into the shape of a crutch. Although this was not Elder Feng's true natal flying sword, there was still an indescribable telepathy between them. The flying sword was smashed into such a state. Elder Feng's heart ached. If he wanted to recover, he didn't know how much time and effort it would take. The brutal emotions in Elder Feng's heart grew stronger, and his attacks became more ruthless. The Immortal's Cave had already been thrown to the back of his mind. Just as he had thought in the beginning, so what if it was taken away? When everyone was dead, wouldn't it all belong to Elder Feng? Elder Feng, who didn't notice that he had been deeply affected by the devil Qi, completely gave up control of the Immortal's Cave. Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit accelerated the refining process. In order to be safe, Gong Sunling used Elder Feng's hands to blow up dozens of Immortal's Cave abode. Every inch of the land in this Immortal's Cave abode was contaminated with the aura of the Mountain River geographical map. The refining process became easier. Every day, countless cultivators transcended their tribulations and became a higher-level cultivator. After so many days, at least hundreds of millions of cultivators had improved. The power of the Mountain River geographical map increased day by day. In addition to the constant nibbling away of the Devil Realm, the Mountain River geographical map became more stable. Under such circumstances, refining a Immortal's Cave abode that was only 10,000 miles wide that was completely contaminated with the aura of the Mountain River geographical map didn't take much time for the third primordial spirit. It fully mobilized all the living beings in the Mountain River geographical map. Every breath could refine tens of miles of area. It only took a few hundred breaths of time for the area of 10,000 miles to become a part of the Mountain River geographical map. In other words, everyone was now in the Mountain River geographical map. No matter how powerful Elder Feng was, it was no longer up to him to go in and out. At this point, the first stage of Yang Chen's goal was perfectly achieved. After spending so much time and effort, Elder Feng no longer had a chance to escape. Whether it was life or death, Elder Feng could only accept it. It was impossible for him to escape. To deal with a golden immortal expert, even if they could kill him, it would take a lot of effort and time. The most troublesome thing was that once the golden immortal expert saw that the situation was not good, there was no way for them to stop him. Now that the entire Immortal's Cave abode had been refined into the Mountain River geographical map, there was no need to worry about this problem anymore. Unknowingly, the sound of a zither rang in the ears of everyone in the battle. However, what the people on Yang Chen's side heard was the sound of encouragement to fight, while what Elder Feng heard was a sound attack aimed at him. Now that Zhu Xianying had trained in the demonic world for so long, she could already do this easily. Gao Yu, Sun Qingxue, Dao Junqi, Lady Fanghua, and the others originally wanted to come out and fight as well. However, Yang Chen stopped them. Gong Sunling had the Mountain River geographical map, so she was safe. Shishanshan only needed one attack before hiding. Zhu Xianying's zither cultivation technique could be used from a distance. However, the other women did not have such conditions. They did not have strong defenses like Yang Chen either. They could only hide in the Mountain River geographical map and watch. Elder Feng finally sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was already too late. His path of retreat was already cut off. Aside from fighting with his life on the line, he had no other choice. Fortunately, Ao Lan, Lin Zhengyuan, and the dragon puppet could only fight him to a draw at best. Elder Feng still held the upper hand. Right now, Yang Chen and the others only had the possibility of defeating Elder Feng. If this dragged on, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Elder Feng's good mood did not last for more than 5 minutes. Then, he fell into a complete panic. Not far from where they were fighting, 7 dragons had appeared out of nowhere. One was at the early stage Xian Immortal stage, one was at the peak of Xian Immortal stage, and the remaining 5 were all Golden Immortals. At this moment, they were stretching their bodies as though they were waiting to join the battle. Despicable! Elder Feng immediately shouted, using numbers to bully the few. Likewise, Yang Chen's voice came from afar. A Golden Immortal expert who is undergoing tribulation is dealing with an Earth Immortal Junior. Is bullying the weak something glorious? Chapter 2157. The few experts surnamed Long could not make a move for the time being. They had just released the shackles of the dragon entangling grass, and they still needed a little rest before they could move. However, as long as they stood not far away, it was a great pressure on Elder Feng. He had to divide a lot of attention to guard against the sudden attack of the 7 Dragon Clan Masters. At this moment, Elder Feng really regretted it a little. If he knew that this Yang Chen was so difficult to deal with, why did he have to put Yang Chen to death because of a little dispute? This time, not to mention that he lost everything, even his task of coming to the lower realm had become illusory. Thinking of the task of the lower realm, Elder Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and hurriedly shouted, Master Yang, it was a misunderstanding before, it was my fault. We still have to face the Zhao family, a life and death enemy. Don't kill our own people. Now you remember that we are on the same side. What were you doing earlier? Before Yang Chen spoke, Ao Lai had already ridiculed him on the side. These days, he was miserably abused by Lin Zhengyuan. It was not easy to see someone who was more miserable than him. Naturally, he had to show his eloquence and feel comfortable. Yang Chen did not answer at all. After bending the flying sword, it was much easier to deal with it. He directly stuffed the curved flying sword into Xiao Tian's mouth and let him swallow the sword into his abdomen. The difference between Xiao Tian and the other party was not a problem of 1 or 2 big realms, but a big space level, so at the beginning, he must not let Xiao Tian make a move. Now that the flying sword was damaged, Yang Chen was still holding the sword hilt in his hand. No matter how hard the other party tried, it was impossible to hurt Xiao Tian. In an instant, Elder Feng noticed that his flying sword was being forcefully swallowed by the spiritual awareness imprint on it. In just a moment, the spiritual awareness imprint that he relied on to control the flying sword was reduced by more than half. If it was before the flying sword was intact, in this case, as long as Elder Feng moved, the flying sword would cut around and try to swallow the thing that tried to swallow his own spiritual awareness imprint under the sword. However, the flying sword from before was severely damaged, and the hilt was held by Yang Chen, so it couldn't be damaged at all. He had the intention to rush over, but the few golden immortal experts around him surrounded him tightly. There were also 5 golden immortal experts of the Dragon Clan eyeing him covetously. Even a true golden immortal expert like Elder Feng could only helplessly watch as Yang Chen controlled Xiao Tian to devour the spiritual sense on his flying sword bit by bit. At this time, if he still wanted to hide it, then he would be courting death. Left with no choice, Elder Feng could only forcefully summon his natal magical treasure, the puppet that looked exactly like him. Originally, Elder Feng's puppet had already arrived at the Great Wilderness Sect. In order to avoid arousing the suspicion of others, Elder Feng's puppet had been staying in a meditation room of the sect. As he was an elder, the people of the Great Wilderness Sect naturally didn't want to disturb him. Upon receiving the summons, the puppet immediately stood up, broke through the roof, and flew in this direction. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too far. Even if the puppet had the cultivation of a golden immortal, it was not something that could be caught up in a day or two. Unless Elder Feng could hold on until then. Now, Elder Feng was holding on, and Yang Chen and the others didn't immediately kill him. A true golden immortal opponent was hard to come by. The experts of the Long Clan took turns to fight, always maintaining the suppression, but never immediately killing him. Just like this, both sides continued to waste time. Elder Feng didn't have any opinion on being used as a target for training. This was better than them swarming up and killing him, right? Anyway, Elder Feng felt that he could hold on, and he could always wait for the natal magical treasure to fly over. More than 10 days was enough for Xiao Tian to completely devour the spiritual sense on the flying sword. The moment the spiritual sense imprint completely disappeared, the puppet that was frantically rushing outside shook. It stopped in place for a moment, then flew over. As the owner of the puppet, Elder Feng could certainly understand the actions of the puppet, and he also understood the reason why the puppet was frozen just now. Looking at Xiao Tian, who was happily flying up and down, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. Where did this junior find Yazi? He could actually make Yazi his own monster pet. If this Yazi was his own monster pet, why would he bother to refine that puppet? He could directly refine Yazi, and it would be the most powerful magic weapon. Perhaps it was aware of Elder Feng's thoughts. Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Elder Feng's side and made an angry roar in his mouth. After losing the flying sword, apart from the puppet that was still on the way, Elder Feng had no more magic weapons brought down from the immortal world. There were only a few dozen medicinal pills, and they were still refined in the spiritual world. Yang Chen's hand once again held the beheading immortal blade. This time, Xiao Tian catalyzed his ability to the extreme, just waiting for Yang Chen to launch a fatal blow. This was originally the Immortal's Cave that Elder Feng obtained in the spiritual world, but after being refined by the Mountain River geographical map, it became a part of the Mountain River geographical map. In the Mountain River geographical map, Yang Chen's third primordial spirit and Gong Sunling were the masters. After so many golden immortal masters fought for such a long time, the terrain here had already been destroyed and it was no longer recognizable. But no matter how much it changed, it couldn't change the fact that this place was already controlled by the third primordial spirit. Yang Chen's hands picked up the beheading immortal blade and stood at a distance and slashed down fiercely. It looked very funny, but when the speed of the beheading immortal blade reached its peak, Yang Chen had already appeared behind Elder Feng, and the blade of the beheading immortal blade also appeared on his back. Bang! When Elder Feng noticed it in time and then used a protective magic weapon of the spiritual world to block behind him, it was a little too late. The beheading immortal blade smashed the magic weapon that was hurriedly cast and slashed heavily on the back of Elder Feng. Because the material of the diamond chakram had not been completely refined, The beheading immortal blade now had almost no blade edge, only a blunt blade. Even with the addition of Xiao Tian and the entrance of the beheading immortal blade, it was not very sharp. This was determined by nature. However, at the moment, although the beheading immortal blade had no edge, it had two characteristics that the previous beheading immortal blade did not have: sturdiness and weight. The material of the diamond chakram itself was already indestructible, plus the extraordinary weight. Even if there was no edge, it would cause terrifying damage to the human body. Especially when the beheading immortal blade was still held in the hands of Yang Chen, the power of Li Qingtian plus the speed of the beheading immortal blade itself slammed on the back of Elder Feng, directly blasting Elder Feng into the ground in the middle of the battle. The place where Elder Feng landed instantly became a huge pit, and a deep human-shaped hole appeared out of thin air. Before Elder Feng's painful cry had time to come out of his throat, it was quickly blocked in this deep hole. Everyone only heard a few dull cries coming from the deep hole. Chapter 2158. Boom. The entire ground exploded and Elder Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. Although he didn't seem to be injured, Yang Chen's sharp senses told him that Elder Feng's movements were still affected. Even though Elder Feng was a golden immortal expert, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed under such a powerful attack. Yang Chen's mind spun quickly and he figured out the reason. The other party had an 8-revolution pill. Although its medicinal effect was about the same as Yang Chen's 6-revolution merit pill, the time it took for the medicinal effect to take effect was much faster than the 6-revolution pill. This was a true advantage in terms of grade. It wasn't something that Yang Chen could catch up to by using the merit chapter. From the trace of blood at the corner of Elder Feng's mouth, it could be seen that Yang Chen's attack just now had definitely injured him. The reason why he was so energetic now was because he had taken the pill. Elder Feng didn't notice that the world here was changing bit by bit. For example, the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb from the surroundings was much lesser compared to the beginning. Or rather, it wasn't that he didn't notice it was just that he didn't notice it. In Elder Feng's eyes, this kind of change was normal. The spiritual energy in the cave was limited. After fighting for such a long time, even if there was a spirit vein in the cave, wouldn't it be wrong if the battle was still the same as the beginning with so many golden immortal experts? However, what he didn't expect was that the spiritual energy absorbed by Ao Lan, Lin Zhengyuan, and the rest didn't change at all. Instead, it became even stronger. His third primordial spirit could effectively control everything in the mountain river geographical map, including the distribution of spiritual energy to people. Knowing that this guy had an 8-revolution pill and that they didn't have the ability to kill him directly, they could only use one method, and that was to exhaust his 8-revolution pill. Elder Feng was already badly battered. With so many golden immortal experts taking turns to fight him, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to kill one of them in one go to relieve the pressure. What troubled him the most was the invisible sword chi that would appear every once in a while, which gave him a headache. Of course, the sword chi was released by Shashanshan. Every time she released the sword chi with all her strength, Shashanshan's whole body would become weak. However, in the mountain river geographical map, the third primordial spirit directly soaked her in the spiritual vein. Yang Chen also took out a lot of 7th metal spirit crystals for her to absorb at any time, and the recovery speed was also very amazing. Every time he replied, Shashanshan would sneak an attack on Elder Feng. With the help of the third primordial spirit, Shashanshan's sword chi was able to hit Elder Feng's body every time. Supreme Pure Yang sword chi was no joke. With the enhancement from the immortal sword, the power of Shashanshan's sword chi had increased by at least 50%. Every single strand of sword chi could penetrate deep into Elder Feng's internal organs. Even though he would use his strong spiritual power to resolve it every time, this level of consumption was not something he could bear. Elder Feng was already begging for his natal magic treasure to fly faster. Who asked him to be so arrogant at the start? He thought that if he personally took action, a few juniors would be able to capture them easily. He did not expect that he would fall into such a situation. The experts of the dragon race treated Elder Feng purely as a practice target. Even the 2 Xian immortal experts, Ao Lai and Long Yuan, went forward to sneak an attack. They did not have the pride of the dragon race or the dignity of facing the enemy head-on. They were a wretched mess. The more time passed, the more flustered Elder Feng became. His sea of consciousness seemed to be on fire. As a fire cultivator, he knew very well that he had fallen into a trap. An unknown yin fire was burning his soul. If he had the time, he would not care about this degree of damage. As long as he could calm down and cultivate for a while, he would be able to force the yin fire out of his body. But at this moment, how could he find the time to do so? Lin Zhengyuan seemed to be more energetic the more he fought. What scared Elder Feng the most was that Lin Zhengyuan actually understood that this was not a good sign. A foolish golden immortal was easy to deal with. But a normal golden immortal expert was not to be trifled with. Elder Feng also understood that this must be their battle slowly undoing the seal on Lin Zhengyuan's body. He had heard of this method before. It was said that some big shots in the immortal world played this way. But why did he have to be so unlucky? The first time he made a move, he met such a tough opponent. The few experts of the dragon race had the most coarse and thick skin. When they surrounded Elder Feng, they would often exchange injuries for injuries. Once an expert of the dragon race was injured, they would be replaced immediately. Elder Feng did not even have the chance to chase after them. Elder Feng had pills, but so did Yang Chen. Moreover, the effects of the pills were not inferior to Elder Feng's. No matter how fast the effects of Elder Feng's pills were, they could not withstand Yang Chen's continuous attacks. His injured companions had plenty of time to wait for the effects of the pills to take effect. There were many times when Elder Feng wanted to scold Yang Chen for being shameless. But after Yang Chen retorted that he was bullying the weak, there was no more sound from him. Both sides had the advantage. If he could not take down Yang Chen, it would be his failure. Between cultivators, there was not much reason. Moreover, even if there was, with so many opponents, he might not be able to reason with them. He had lost count of the number of times he regretted his actions. But Elder Feng no longer had the chance to regret. Now, he could only hope that his pills could last until the natal puppet arrived. There were not many pills left. When Yang Chen's beheading immortal blade once again slashed at the back of Elder Feng's neck, it almost broke Elder Feng's neck bone. The second primordial spirit finally could no longer endure. At the moment of contact, it madly poured its killing intent onto Elder Feng's body. Another human-shaped hole appeared in the ground. However, this time, Elder Feng was not as relaxed as before. Even though he had consumed 2 pills in a row to reduce the severity of his injuries, he could no longer maintain his calm in his sea of consciousness. Under the double attack of the spirit-devouring dragon fire and the killing intent of the immortal beheading platform, Elder Feng's consciousness nearly fell into a trance. Only when Ao Lan and Lin Zhengyuan struck him twice did he forcefully regain his consciousness. The natal puppet was already very close. Elder Feng could already sense that the distance between his body and his natal magic treasure was no more than 500 kilometers. However, this 500 kilometers was like a heavenly moat that he could no longer cross. Ao Lan and Lin Zhengyuan's strikes had chopped off half his arm and one of his legs. Due to the intense pain, Elder Feng was about to swallow the 8 revolution pill in his mouth when a sword chi pierced through his mouth, through his teeth, through his tongue, through the pill, and into the back of his neck. This caused Elder Feng's vision to turn dark. Fortunately, the pill still had some effect, allowing him to maintain a clear mind. However, just at this moment, he received another heavy strike on the back of his neck. Kacha. Elder Feng could clearly hear the sound of his neck breaking. At this moment, there was only one thought in Elder Feng's mind: if I had known, I would not have offended Yang Chen. Chapter 2159. Elder Feng's natal puppet was still running desperately, but when it was still dozens of feet away from the geographical map, it suddenly stopped and stood in the same place. Its eyes were blank, and it no longer moved. The blood demon vine flying sword was directly grabbed by Yang Chen and stabbed into Elder Feng's throat, instantly absorbing all the blood in his body. With another horizontal slash, Elder Feng's head flew directly. The headless body of Elder Feng was directly entangled by a thick rattan. After the essence of the flesh and blood was absorbed again, finally, no one was interested in it and it fell to the ground. Of course, The experts of the Dragon Clan would not have any ideas about the body of a human cultivator. Several experts with the surname Long were thinking about the harvest of this battle in their minds, but they did not forget to let Sun Qingxue entangle them with the dragon entangling grass again and continue to torture them. Lin Zhengyuan's behavior was a little strange. He seemed to think of something. His whole person became a little more normal, no longer the silly look before, standing motionless in the same place. Don't think so much for the time being, think about the battle first. Yang Chen's hand climbed onto Lin Zhengyuan's shoulder. The two of them looked very intimate. At the same time, Yang Chen did not forget to remind Lin Zhengyuan. Lin Zhengyuan seemed to be confused. Hearing Yang Chen's familiar voice, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Chen. No longer thinking about it, he stared at Elder Feng's body for a while, seemingly thinking about the battle according to Yang Chen's suggestion. The body of a golden immortal expert. Ah Ling, don't waste it. Gao Yu appeared in time, also looking at Elder Feng's body and smiled. Previously, for safety reasons, Yang Chen only let Shanshan, Gong Sunling, Zhu Xianying and the Murong sisters fight. The other wives and concubines were hiding in the dark to watch the show. Now that the battle was over, they immediately appeared beside Yang Chen. In fact, he was too careless, otherwise we would not be able to bear the consequences. Yang Chen could finally let out a sigh of relief. A true golden immortal expert was indeed not easy to deal with. If he didn't have so many trump cards in his hand, he would have to ask Madame Bai and the others for help. Once Madame Bai made her move, they would have to break the seal on their cultivation. Once the battle was over, they would have to ascend, unless they stayed in the mountain river geographical map for the rest of their lives. This result was perfect. Madame Bai didn't have to intervene, and her friends were able to gain real combat experience. It couldn't be better. Fortunately, Elder Feng acted on his own, so everything was done flawlessly. There were no witnesses or material evidence, not even the time of the crime. Originally, his wishful thinking was good. After getting married to Yang Chen, he could do whatever he wanted with a large amount of wealth. However, he did not expect to die in the hands of Yang Chen's group. Now, no one knew that Elder Feng had died in the hands of Yang Chen. Even if they knew, there was no evidence. Who asked Elder Feng to arrange it so well, to the extent that he did not leave any traces behind? Wuji Demon School's martial ancestor Shu and Elder Chen might be able to guess the truth, but would they say it? Martial ancestor Shu was originally very afraid of Madame Bai, and Elder Chen was on Yang Chen's side. The two of them would definitely not say anything. The Great Desolate Sect had suffered a huge setback this time. A golden immortal expert who had just descended not long ago had disappeared mysteriously. There was no place to look for him, and no place to cry. In the future, when the various big sect took action, without the support of the golden immortal martial ancestor, the Great Desolate Sect could only obediently follow the other sect's orders. However, it would no longer be able to occupy an important position. Under Gong Suanling's control, Elder Feng's corpse quickly turned into the strongest spirit vein in the mountain river geographical map. The spirit vein of a golden immortal expert's corpse was enough to support the cultivation of a peak Xian immortal expert. Even Aolan and the rest could absorb spiritual energy from this spirit vein without worrying about it drying up. Just when everyone was relaxing, Gong Sunling suddenly shouted at Yang Chen, "Husband, there's still one more." Yang Chen did not know what Gong Suanling's name was. It was only when Gong Sunling reminded him that there was still an Elder Feng that everyone became nervous again. A figure that looked exactly the same as Elder Feng was standing several meters away. He stood there quietly, motionless, and there was no expression on his face. It was really confusing. This was not within the mountain river geographical map. If he made a move outside, everyone could only escape. Everyone's heart could not help but tighten. However, after waiting for a long time, that Elder Feng still did not move, which made everyone very suspicious. What should be faced had to be faced. Yang Chen would not be so cowardly as to flee without a fight. At most, he would let Madame Bai's maidservant do it. At worst, that would be it. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, very soon, Yang Chen appeared in front of that Elder Feng. However, that Elder Feng did not even look at Yang Chen. He still stood there motionless. This was very puzzling. Yang Chen took a few steps forward and got closer. Elder Feng still did not have any reaction. Yang Chen vaguely guessed something. He moved forward again until he reached the side of that Elder Feng. The other party still did not have any reaction. Yang Chen stood nearby and observed carefully for a while. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. When everyone in the Mountain River geographical map saw Yang Chen stretch out his arm, pick up that Elder Feng horizontally, and then walk into the Mountain River geographical map, they all surrounded him. They all wanted to understand what was going on. A lifelike puppet. Yang Chen put down Elder Feng and said the answer. Only then did everyone understand, and they all clicked their tongues in wonder. To be able to refine a puppet to this extent, it was really not an ordinary one. At this point, Elder Feng's arrangements outside were also clear. With this puppet, even if others knew that Yang Chen was killed, they would not suspect Elder Feng. This was because Elder Feng had always been communicating with the cultivators of the Great Wilderness sect. Many people could probably prove it. Unfortunately, no matter how ingenious the arrangements were, it could not cover up his mistake this time. Underestimating the enemy caused everything to be irreversible. When the cave abode he brought was refined by the Mountain River geographical map, everything was already destined. Not a bad puppet, Yang Chen praised, and directly threw this Elder Feng to the Murong sisters. Change its appearance. When the dragon puppet's cultivation is perfected, use this. This is a golden immortal puppet that has passed the tribulation. Yang Chen had never thought that Elder Feng would have this kind of buy one get one free thing. This time, not only did he get rid of the threat of Elder Feng, he also gave the Murong sisters a powerful puppet after the dragon puppet was taken back. There were many benefits. The only regret was that other than this puppet and the flying sword that Yang Chen bent, there were no other gains. During the battle, Elder Feng had already used all the magic treasures that he could use. He had also used up all his elixirs. Not a single one was left. Chapter 2160. Poor wretch. Yang Chen's mouth gently gave such an evaluation, and then he threw the matter of Elder Feng aside and no longer paid attention to it. Master Yang had never met Elder Feng. He had been rushing back to the sect without any delay, right? Madame Bai was very dissatisfied when she found out. They had been fighting in the Devil Realm and only knew what had happened when they came back to take a bath and rest. Madame Bai was very dissatisfied that Yang Chen didn't call them for such a big thing and such a strong enemy. Isn't he treating us as outsiders? If something like this happens again, don't do it again, Madame Bai said with conviction. Yang Chen was so surprised that he was speechless. Madame Bai treated her family as her own. This couldn't be better. Yang Chen and his family set off again and rushed back to Chunyang Palace. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened. No one could tell what they had experienced. The Great Wilderness sect was in a mess at the moment. Grandmaster Feng in the lower bound of the Immortal Realm suddenly broke out of his closed-door training and went somewhere. Everyone in the Great Wilderness sect was very anxious. Although they didn't need to worry about Grandmaster Feng's safety, they didn't know where Grandmaster Feng was. How many things would be delayed? Some of the higher-ups had already criticized silently. This Grandmaster was too unreliable to not know what was important and what was urgent. However, Grandmaster Feng was a senior. These juniors couldn't interfere with what he wanted to do. No matter how anxious they were, they could only hide their thoughts in their hearts. They didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. Everyone could only wait obediently. Presumably, the Grandmaster had finished his own matters and would return soon, right? They waited for more than a year, but Elder Feng seemed to have ascended from the spiritual realm. No one had seen his shadow ever since. The Great Wilderness sect searched everywhere and almost turned the entire spiritual realm upside down, but they couldn't find Elder Feng. Accompanied by Elder Chen, Grandmaster Shu ate well and drank well every day. His days were leisurely. When the news reached Wuji Demon School, Grandmaster Shu gave Elder Chen a knowing look. See, I'm right, right? Elder Chen knew what was going on and nodded his head silently. His opinion of Yang Chen became higher and higher. However, there were some things that he could only keep in his heart. Grandmaster Shu had already warned him not to reveal his conjecture to anyone, not even the leader of Wuji Demon School. Otherwise, he would turn hostile. From this point, it could be said that compared to Elder Feng, Martial Ancestor Shu was definitely 10,000 times more brilliant in the way he handled matters. It was the same in terms of foresight. In the face of a terrifying cultivator like Madame Bai, it was best to feign ignorance. Yang Chen's family finally arrived at Sunset Rock. Elder Wu Xiong decided to stay and not return to the sect. Elder Wu actually didn't know about the battle with the Golden Immortal Expert because Yang Chen didn't allow him to observe the entire process. There were too many secrets in the Dragon Palace and the geographical map of mountains and rivers. It was not the time for Elder Wu to come into contact with them. Over the past few days, the geographical map of mountains and rivers never stopped growing stronger. Countless cultivators in the mortal world were still queuing up to undergo their tribulations. Even though more than a year had passed, more than half of them still hadn't had their turn. The speed of refining the demonic world was getting faster and faster. Now, it had reached the point where it could directly use the explosion of the 50-kilometer cave abode to assimilate and refine it. He believed that it wouldn't take long before he could use the 500-kilometer cave abode. In the following period of time, the spiritual realm seemed to be calm. There were only a few intermittent spiritual power tremors in the spiritual realm on a few days, but they didn't last for too long and disappeared in a flash. The ordinary cultivators of all parties did not take this as a big deal, but Yang Chen understood that the spiritual power vibrations should be the movements of the masters of the immortal world in the lower realm. All the major sect had started to get serious and treated the Zhao clan as an enemy that could destroy their sects. The Zhao clan's good days were probably numbered. After the battle with the Golden Immortal Expert, all the experts of the dragon race, including Ao Lan, entered closed-door cultivation in the Dragon Palace. The experts with the family name Long had already thought things through. They owed Yang Chen a great favor. Since they already owed him so much, they didn't care about one or two more debts. The environment of the Dragon Palace was very good. Furthermore, there was the Dragon Pagoda holding down the fort. It was of a much higher level than their respective dragon palaces. Since the battle was over, it was the most suitable place to enter closed-door cultivation and comprehend. Lin Zhengyuan thought of something, but he didn't remember it completely. He only became more astute than before. However, he still acknowledged Yang Chen's family. Yang Chen and the others brought food, drinks, and entertainment. They ate, drank, and played without any delay. Actually, Yang Chen also obtained something from Elder Feng. It was just that Yang Chen didn't notice it at the start. Elder Feng was a fire cultivator. His life fire seed had been enhanced in the immortal world. During the battle, Yang Chen's young fire dragon devoured the other party's life fire seed. After the enhancement of the white fire seed, the young fire dragon completely overshadowed the yin fire dragon, causing Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven burning fire to be unevenly enhanced. What had happened at the Reincarnation Valley auction had been spread by word of mouth among those who had participated in the auction. It had already spread throughout the spiritual realm. Many people were guessing who could be so extravagant as to use 1 million kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones to buy the heart of a beautiful woman with unknown uses. At the same time, they also revealed no less than 5 million kilograms of supreme-grade spirit stones. It was not rare for cultivators to gossip. The path of cultivation was very lonely. Such gossip could relieve the boredom of cultivation. Many cultivators started to list the rich and powerful in the spiritual world, guessing who was the most likely. Several famous rich and powerful cultivators were on the list. Of course, there was also Master Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace. Unfortunately, it was all speculation. Except for a few cultivators, no one knew that it was Yang Chen. Young Master Liu Wuji, who had seen Yang Chen with his own eyes, was now suffering from the 2 backlashes of his own invisible killing curse. At that time, Elder Feng counterattacked in anger. Young Master Liu's sea of consciousness was almost shaken and it was not fully recovered until a few years later. At this time, the backlashes of the invisible killing curse made young Master Liu's life worse than death every day. If it weren't for his father's forceful suppression, young Master Liu didn't know if he could survive. The more painful it was, the more young Master Liu hated it. Every day when he was awake, he kept launching the invisible killing curse on Yang Chen. He didn't have a good time, but he couldn't let Yang Chen, the culprit, have a good time. In young Master Liu's heart, Yang Chen was the biggest source of trouble. If it weren't for him, how could he suffer such pain? Poor young Master Liu didn't know that every time he tortured, it was another poor person. Poor young Lan suffered this kind of undeserved disaster, but he didn't even know who the source was. He could only grit his teeth and bear the punishment from heaven once a day, waiting for the time when the Zhao family came to the spiritual world as soon as possible. Chapter 2161. Yang Chen's days in Chunyang Palace were very leisurely. In addition to his daily routine cultivation, he was thinking about alchemy. The previous deep understanding made Yang Chen feel that he had touched the edge of a breakthrough again. This was not a 7th-grade alchemist relying on the experience of his previous life, but a rebirth in the 6th-grade alchemist realm and a new understanding of the level of a high-grade alchemist. This meant that Yang Chen's alchemy level would soon surpass that of his previous life and become a 7th-grade alchemist in the true sense. The work of refining the demon realm with the mountain river geographical map had never stopped. With the deepening of the refining, the area of the mountain river geographical map in contact with the demon realm increased, the number of demonic beasts crossing tribulations increased, and the refining speed became faster and faster. It was a process of geometrical growth. Other people still did what they should do. Yang Chen was also waiting for those masters from the lower realm to enter the beast space to investigate, make trouble, and delay the Zhao family's pace. It was not so easy to deal with the Zhao family. The news that Yang Chen was waiting for did not appear, but an ordinary disciple of the Shentian sect came. This disciple of the Shentian sect was ordered to come to ask for alchemy. He was ordered by Elder Li, the great elder of the Shentian sect. It was very strange. If Elder Li wanted to ask for alchemy, he would have said it directly the last time they met. He knew what kind of elixir Yang Chen could refine. He would not send someone to come here without knowing anything. There must be a problem. Soon, this ordinary disciple stood in front of Yang Chen. The disciples of the Shentian sect had the temperament of a big sect, but in front of Yang Chen, they still showed enough respect. After all, he came to ask for alchemy. The elixir he wanted was very simple. It was a set of elixirs. However, because Yang Chen's prolongation pill, millennium pill, and other elixirs refined from the devilish bead had already been given to Sect Master Li, he was missing this one. Without much communication, Yang Chen took out the elixir. The other party paid the reward and turned to leave. It seemed to be a very normal transaction, and there was nothing suspicious about it. After the person walked far away, Yang Chen then began to slowly check the reward for this pill request. It was extremely unusual for the rewards to be spirit stones. Elder Li would reward them every time, and he would never use spirit stones to brush them off. This further proved that there was definitely a trap. Finally, when Yang Chen examined one of the large spirit stones, he found a clue. This spirit stone had a very subtle fluctuation of spiritual power, but it was usually hidden under the fluctuations of the spirit stone, so it was very difficult to detect. Only someone like Yang Chen, who had a very sharp divine sense, could discover it. This was a secret mark that they had agreed on. Yang Chen cast a few unique spells, and the spirit stone split into two, revealing a tiny piece of jade that was as small as a grain of rice hidden in the middle. Yang Chen pinched the jade slag with 2 fingers and probed it with his spiritual consciousness. A series of clear information was transmitted to Yang Chen's mind. There was a change in the Shentian sect, a very big change. This was unexpected by Yang Chen. According to normal reasoning, the masters of the Profound Heaven sect would descend to the lower realm, and then go to the monster beast space with the masters of other major sects to inquire about the news, delay the pace of the Zhao family, and destroy something. This was the right way. The Shentian sect itself should not have any changes, but this was not the case. The change itself was because the masters of the Shentian sect from the immortal realm came to the demon realm, and the masters in the demon realm were the main culprits and the key to the change. Unlike other sect, the Shentian sect sent 2 golden immortal masters to the demon realm at once. Just this alone was a level higher than the other sects. It should be known that sending a golden immortal master to the demon realm required a great price. Even other super sects were reluctant to pay such a price. If it was only the consumption of property, it was fine, but the biggest cost was the cultivator's cultivation and life. Sending a master to the demon realm meant that at least one tribulation true immortal and 10 zenith heaven golden immortals would completely lose their combat power. If they were unlucky, their lives would be in danger. 2 masters meant that they had to pay twice the price. Even the big sect was not willing to suffer losses for no reason. But the Shen sect did it. Not only did it, but it was also very thorough. Among the 2 golden immortal masters they sent to the demon realm, one was a real golden immortal master, while the other was a zenith heaven golden immortal with his cultivation sealed. Once there was a big trouble, the master could remove the seal at any time. Even during the period of waiting for the ascension, he could solve the big trouble. This was originally a big move made by the Shen sect for the sake of their own sect. It was not surprising at all. If this was the case, then the allied forces of the big sect had the upper hand in terms of combat power. Their chances of winning were greatly increased, which was a good thing. However, it just so happened that these 2 fellows from the lower realms were not easy to deal with. The first thing they did when they came to the demon realm was not to immediately understand the progress of things and make a plan against the Zhao family. Instead, they launched a coup. The current sect master of the Shen sect, Sect Master Li, was originally the core elder of the sect. At that time, Sect Master Wang was plotted against by Hall Master Zhu of the Medicine Hall and was on the verge of death. It was Sect Master Li who stood up and saved Sect Master Wang's life. Later, Sect Master Wang also felt that the original successor to the Sect Master had not been honed and was not qualified enough to be of great use, so he passed the position of Sect Master to Sect Master Li. This was something that almost everyone in the spiritual realm knew. Later, during the inauguration ceremony of Sect Master Li, all the sect sent representatives to congratulate him. What happened later also proved that Sect Master Li was quite outstanding as the sect master of the Shen sect. Whether it was finding the traces of the Zhao family, launching a strike against the Zhao family, or annihilating the 3 River Alliance, the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demon sect, the Shen sect did not fall behind. Strictly speaking, the Shen sect played the role of a vanguard and leader in everything, leading the major sect to achieve brilliant results one after another. Even if there were some disagreements in the major sect and some small tricks that could not be shown in public, when it came to targeting the Zhao family, no matter which sect master or elder, they all had to give 2 thumbs up to Sect Master Li, the sect master of the Shen sect. This was the recognition that Sect Master Li had obtained with real achievements and the hearts of the people. Not only in the outside sect, but even within the Shen sect, most of the disciples also recognized him. However, Sect Master Li's position as sect master was, strictly speaking, illegitimate and unjustifiable. According to the past practice of the Shen sect, if the former sect master ascended, then the successor should be the next sect master of the Taishanmen sect in the mortal world. This was the rule. The original successor sect master was only at the early Earth Immortal stage at that time. His reputation in the sect was not high enough to lead the Shen sect, so Sect Master Li was able to take the position. Chapter 2162. In any case, no matter how well Sect Master Li did, there would always be people who were dissatisfied. The one who was most dissatisfied was the successor of Sect Master Wu of the Mortal World's Taishanmen. He was the predecessor of Sect Master Li of the Mortal World's Taishanmen and should have been the current Sect Master. In his eyes, the meritorious deeds made by Sect Master Li should have been his. However, the 2 masters sent to the mortal world by the mysterious Heaven sect were pure thugs. They didn't usually manage the affairs of the sect, and they didn't know how troublesome it was to manage a sect. They only knew that as long as everything was done according to the rules, the huge mysterious Heaven sect could develop and prosper. Sect Master Li's position was obviously not in line with the rules. As soon as Sect Master Wu came into contact with them, the 2 sides hit it off. Led by Zhu Sheng, the great overarching golden immortal from the mortal world, and together with another golden immortal master, Lin Zongxuan, they directly questioned Sect Master Li's succession to the position of sect master. In terms of seniority, No one in the spiritual realm's profound heaven sect could compare to Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan. Even the first elder, who had the highest seniority, had to address Lin Zongxuan as martial granduncle. As for Zhu Sheng, he was an elder of the sect that even Lin Zongxuan had to call martial uncle. In terms of cultivation, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan were great overarching Golden Immortal and Peak Golden Immortal respectively. It could be said that all the profound immortal masters of the mysterious heaven sect combined were not their opponents. These two people didn't just question the legitimacy of Sect Master Li's succession. They just used this as an excuse to directly launch a purge to replace the Sect Master. They put Sect Master Li under house arrest and announced to the outside world that he was in closed-door cultivation and that Sect Master Wu, who should take over, would temporarily take over the position of Sect Master. After a victory with enough weight, they could rightfully announce the resignation of Sect Master Li and the succession of Sect Master Wu. It was not as simple as a few words to launch a move in the mysterious heaven sect to replace a sect master who was supported by more than 90% of the disciples. It could be said that behind every power struggle, there was blood. This was the case in the struggle between emperors in the mortal world, and it was the same for cultivators. The Black Heaven sect was no exception. Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan were merciless even towards the disciples of their own sect. They killed 3 core elders and hundreds of disciples on the spot. If Sect Master Li hadn't decisively suppressed the emotions of his disciples when he saw that the situation was not good, and then cooperated with Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, perhaps even Sect Master Li would have fallen into the fate of being killed by the Zhao family master. Sect Master Wu originally only had the cultivation of an earth immortal. In terms of cultivation, even the successor Sect Master could not control the situation. However, this fella was truly ruthless. He directly consumed 3,000-year pills, forcibly raising his cultivation from the intermediate earthly immortal stage to the late heavenly immortal stage, even surpassing Sect Head Li. Only then did everyone reluctantly agree. Of course, the decisive reason was still the great all-embracing Golden Immortal Zhu Sheng and the Golden Immortal Lin Zongxuan. With the two of them supporting Sect Master Wu, the disciples of the profound heaven sect dared not speak out and could only silently accept this fact. They knew very well that if they continued to show dissatisfaction, not only would they lose themselves, but they would also lose the life of their beloved Sect Master Li. Just at this time, the news of the Samsara Valley's auction also came from there. It was too easy for the profound heaven sect to know who the guests were at the Samsara Valley's auction. As long as the high-level officials came forward and greeted the Samsara Valley, it would be fine. Soon, the news that Yang Chen had a large number of top-grade spirit stones fell into the eyes of Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan. Especially when they heard that there were 3 experts from the immortal world present, the 3 experts from the Samsara Valley, the Great Wilderness Sect, and the Wuji Demon School. None of them could snatch the heart of a junior, which made Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan very dissatisfied. When did a little earthly immortal junior from the spiritual world dare to stand on the heads of the golden immortal ancestors and shit on them? If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? This was something that made everyone share a common enemy, and they could not let it go so easily. Therefore, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan began to understand what kind of person Yang Chen was and what kind of sect the Chunyang Palace was. Seeing this situation, the 36 elders of the Big Dipper, who were responsible for protecting the sect master, had an idea. These 2 elders from the mortal world did not know that Yang Chen was a spy of the sect. In other words, the higher-ups did not confide in these 2 grandmasters and did not tell them the most critical point. In this way, only Sect Master Li and the 36 Big Dipper knew the identity of Yang Chen in the entire Profound Heaven sect. Several other core high-level officials who knew the identity of Yang Chen had been killed by Zhu Sheng on the first day of the coup d'état. When they learned that the Chunyang Palace relied on Yang Chen to exchange the sacred dwelling jade, the Millennium Elixir, the Prolongation Elixir, and other elixirs from the major sect for a promise to guarantee the peace of Chunyang Palace for thousands of years, and that Yang Chen also relied on various elixirs to make so many top-grade spirit stones, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan were very dissatisfied. It turned out that Yang Chen's wealth was also a part of the Profound Heaven sect. There was no need to say anything. Investigate. Find out if Sect Master Li and his predecessors had taken the opportunity to enrich their own pockets in this matter. As long as they found the evidence, it would be more justifiable for Sect Master Li to step down. Especially when they heard that Yang Chen had asked the sect masters of the major sect to personally swear the great oath of the heart demon that they could not violate, they were even more furious. A little Earth Immortal Jr. dared to do this to the Profound Heaven sect. He should have knelt directly in front of the Profound Heaven sect and begged the Profound Heaven sect to protect him, instead of using this way to threaten him. In the eyes of Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, the two veteran masters of the Profound Heaven sect, the move of Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace was the greatest blasphemy to the Profound Heaven sect. If they were not taught a lesson, they could not swallow this anger. Soon, Sect Master Wu came up with a way to not only teach the Chunyang Palace an unforgettable lesson, but also to make everyone speechless. Sect Master Wu's plan was to let the disciples who had been sentenced to death in the Profound Heaven sect, who had violated the sect rules, attack the Chunyang Palace. If they were defeated, they would be spared and smoothly take over the Chunyang Palace and the huge wealth of Yang Chen. If they couldn't be defeated, it would be their own decision, and they wanted to take the opportunity to frame the sect. Anyway, these guys were going to die anyway, so it was better to let them fight for a chance to live. At the same time, this was also a means for Sect Master Wu to win people's hearts. You were sentenced to death when Sect Master Li was in power, but my new Sect Master gave you a chance to live as soon as he took office. Who is better and who is worse, everyone should know, right? This disciple of the Profound Heaven sect was sent by the Great Elder to deliver a letter. He also told Yang Chen about the recent changes in the Profound Heaven sect, and also to remind Yang Chen to be careful. The attack of the Profound Heaven sect would come soon. After reading these messages, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, this struggle for power in the Profound Heaven sect even involved me. What an injustice. Chapter 2163. However, Sect Master Wu of the Mysterious Heaven sect seized power well this time. Yang Chen was definitely going to destroy the Mysterious Heaven sect, but after getting along with Sect Master Li for so many years, he more or less had a little affection for him. If he killed Sect Master Li just like that, it would seem that Yang Chen was not righteous. However, there was no problem at all with Sect Master Wu. The two guys sent by the Mysterious Heaven sect this time were two idiots. What was their mission? Thugs. They had no brains, so they listened to the words of people with brains. However, these two guys thought that they were senior and senior, pointing fingers at the affairs of the sect. If they weren't idiots, then what were they? It was somewhat reliable to say that Sect Master Wu succeeded the position. After all, Sect Master Wu had managed the Taishanmen in the mortal world, and he had done a good job in that position. But what about Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan? They were obviously two warriors who cultivated wholeheartedly, but they suddenly learned to manage the sect. If these two guys were only trying to maintain the orthodoxy of the Mysterious Heaven sect, then it would be fine. After helping Sect Master Wu up and letting him take charge of the sect, they would do whatever they wanted. This would not lose the image of two good disciples who wholeheartedly considered for the sect. However, these two guys were obviously not like this. From the news sent by the Great Elder, these two guys directly regarded themselves as the supreme sect masters of the Mysterious Heaven sect, and no matter what happened, they would intervene. It could be said that during this period of time, the entire Mysterious Heaven sect was full of complaints. Not only ordinary disciples, but even Sect Master Wu couldn't stand the perverse actions of these two guys. However, he had no way to resist. Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan were unparalleled in their ruthlessness. When they forced Sect Master Li to abdicate, the three core elders only expressed their intentions, and they were directly beheaded by the two of them. Even the core elders were treated like this. How could he, a sect master who had just come to power without any foundation, fight against these two guys? He could only obediently do whatever he was told to do. If he had known this earlier, Sect Master Wu wouldn't have thought about it at that time. He was a core disciple of the Mysterious Heaven sect, and he was destined to succeed the sect master in the future. His loyalty to the Mysterious Heaven sect was unparalleled. Looking at the current state of the sect, Sect Master Wu was sadder than anyone else. He wanted to cry but had no tears. However, Sect Master Wu could only suppress his sadness in his heart. If he was gone, then the sect would definitely become more and more degenerate. At least with him around, the sect's image could still be maintained. As for Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, they would ascend after dealing with the Zhao family, right? It was obvious that Sect Master Wu had underestimated the greed of these two fellows who had suddenly tasted the taste of power. In the spiritual realm, the two of them were the retired emperors, but after ascending to the immortal realm, they were just pawns that could be ordered around. As long as one had a brain, they would know what to choose. Targeting Chunyang Palace was their first external action. Of course, the purpose was Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen's wealth. However, they couldn't show up for this kind of thing. Naturally, the disciples who were punished would do it for them. If they had to deal with a small Chunyang Palace in person, wouldn't it be too much? They were the masters of the immortal realm. It was already a great honor for them to have ideas on you, but they still had to do it themselves. Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen didn't have this kind of face. Yang Chen received the warning from the Great Elder and began to make arrangements quietly. There were a lot of disciples in the Shentian sect, and there were more than a dozen Xian immortal masters among them. If they really fought, the strength of Chunyang Palace would still be at a disadvantage. While making arrangements, Yang Chen also admired the vision of those guys in the immortal realm's Shentian sect. Why did they choose such two brainless guys? The enemy hadn't even made a move yet, but they had already executed the three core elders of the Shentian sect and killed hundreds of disciples. This was a brilliant result that the Zhao family had not achieved after so many battles with the major sect. If the Zhao family found out about this, would they celebrate? What made Yang Chen glad was that he didn't expose himself. The news sent by the Great Elder clearly mentioned that Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan didn't know the identity of Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen couldn't be careless. Who knew if these two guys knew and pretended not to know? Anyway, the final result was that they wanted to swallow Yang Chen and the wealth of Chunyang Palace. It was better to deal with an outsider than to deal with their own disciples. Wasn't it better to deal with their reputation? Two grandmasters, this Yang Chen's alchemy technique is superb. Most of the injuries of the masters in the sect were saved by his elixir. Sect Master Wu was still making the last effort. He also understood that once he took action against Chunyang Palace, it would be difficult to get Yang Chen's elixir. Why don't we just teach him a lesson secretly? Don't make things so big. PH, just a 6th grade alchemist, that's all. Zhu Sheng was too lazy to talk, but Lin Zongxuan had already replied very disdainfully, isn't it just elixir? Don't worry, this time the Great Wilderness sect sent an 8th grade alchemist to the lower realm. Isn't it easy to get better elixir? Besides, we have learned that this Yang Chen has killed many disciples of the Shentian sect. The sect has actually cooperated with him for so long. It would be strange if there is nothing fishy about it. Zhu Sheng also nodded and said, have you found out these days whether that surnamed Li has pocketed his own money or not? If we find the evidence, we can execute him directly. No. Sect Master Wu shook his head. This disciple has checked the account books of the sect for thousands of years. Basically, there are records of every transaction. The price is also the average price at the time, even a little cheaper. I can't find any problems on it. Yang Chen and Sect Master Li didn't expect that at that time, in order not to arouse the suspicions of the people in the sect, and not to arouse the suspicions of other sect members, the play they made with Yang Chen had finally played its due role. At least on the books, no flaws could be found. Even Sect Master Wu couldn't do anything about this. As for Yang Chen killing disciples of the Shentian sect, the first one he killed was Zhu Yixian, who was the son of the Zhao family's spy, Hallmaster Zhu. If Yang Chen was guilty when he didn't know about it, then after he knew about it, it was meritorious service. Later, Sect Master Li deliberately arranged a few small death row prisoners to assassinate Yang Chen, and then deliberately died in the hands of Yang Chen, which could barely be regarded as evidence of Yang Chen's disrespect for the Shentian sect. However, under the premise of cooperation between the two sides, this kind of thing was known to all parties, and no one would go deep into it. At this time, Zhu Sheng and Lin Zongxuan had to talk about these things, and they had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for a dignified Great Principal Golden Immortal and a Peak Golden Immortal to bully the weak.